Sveiki visi. Labas rytas.
Hello and good morning. Allow me to start our conference, our event. This is the International Scientific Conference, which is called 80 years after the destruction of the Kaunas Ghetto. What do we remember and what have we learned? It's obvious that it is to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the liquidation of the Kaunas Ghetto. You also know that there are participants who are offline, and offline I'd like to inform you that the conference is broadcasted online in the YouTube channel of the Kaunas 9th Fort profile. You will be able to also see and then check records. The organizers of this event are the 9th Fort of the Kaunas, International Commission on the Assessment and analysis of the Nazi and Soviet regime occupation. The project is also funded by the Ministry of Culture of the Republic of Lithuania, and I am Vytautas Bruveris, editor-in-chief of ELTA news agency, and I will be moderating the first part of this conference. Before starting the first part, it is a great pleasure for me to invite to open this event Marius Pečiulis, director of the 9th Fort Museum. This is the format which invites people not indifferent to history and also academic research. While preparing for this conference, we were not naive and we were sure that there will be a lot of interested people because this is not the popular format of this event, but it is necessary. People who would like to see some fresh aspects of historic research and also historic research on very sensitive, traumatic topics, on topics which do not attract attention of people every day. So without without research, we wouldn't be able to go ahead. If we checked only the surface information, we would be engaged in a different battles, be it paper battle, be it any context without consensus, or prerequisite to participate for different stakeholders and trying to prevent each other for going forward for us as a civil society, as a academic society. So I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to my colleagues in the museum and also partners that did a lot to prepare this event, because we have to go forward as the museum only while we have proven facts and evidence-based information. The area of this scientific research is not prolific. People who work there would agree to me, because we could probably count very tiny research cases that are linked with the Kaunas Ghetto history, and also Kaunas, who is as a city in this context, which is important. While looking back, we need to also go through a research of untouched information. Nazi destroyed a lot of information, but there is still a lot of information available. We need to trace it, we need to dig deeper into it, and one of the topics of this conference, one of the attempts to start such scientific research is also in our view. It's not the final result, because there will be publication issued after this event, which I hope will be one more impetus to go forward in this aspect, in this very important area. So without much ado, I am looking forward to listening to important presentations. We will be listening to elite historians from both Lithuania and other countries that devoted a lot of their efforts to work in this very specific area. So I wish fresh insights, good discussions, and we will necessarily discuss something that we will listen to during the presentation of this conference. So enjoy your time in Kaunas. Thank you. Thank you, esteemed director. Now the welcome award will be given to the Chief of Mission and Consul of Israel in Lithuania, Mr. Erez Golan. It will be online presentation.
Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, 80 years ago, Kaunas Ghetto was liquidated after 3 years of oppression of its Jewish residents. The Nazi occupation of June 1941 signaled the beginning of a murder campaign against the Jews in Kaunas. Local extremists and nationalists in Kaunas did not wait even one day before they attacked their Jewish neighbors, murdering about 800 Jews in only one night. The next day, the massacre in Liatukio garage took place, where Jews were brutally murdered, beaten with iron rods and wooden sticks in a torture that lasted for several hours, in front of a local crowd who not only stayed indifferent, but cheered. By August 1941, the Kaunas Ghetto was already confining about 30,000 Jewish residents of the city in a small area. Monstrous acts of evil took place within the Kaunas Ghetto, including labor force in terrible conditions, deportation to labor camps, confiscations of books, the children action, and of course, the big action that took place in the Ninth Fort. Only small part survived the terrible experience of Kaunas Ghetto. One of them, who survived the children action, is Aharon Barak, former president of the Israeli Supreme Court. In his separate opinion to the International Court of Justice on January this year, Barak wrote, "I was 5 years old when the German army occupied the city in which I was born, Kaunas. Within a few days, almost 30,000 Jews were taken from their homes and put into the ghetto. On October 26, 1941, around 9,000 Jews were sent from the square and executed by machine gun fire. I'm deeply aware of the importance of the existence of the State of Israel. In Israel, if Israel had existed in 1939, the fate of the Jewish people might have been different." These horrific memories of Aharon Barak bring us closer to the memory of October 7, when babies and children were taken from their homes with no mercy, when young and elderly were kidnapped, innocent people were murdered for being Jewish, and women's bodies were brutally desecrated, used as weapons of war. However, the similarity ends there. Today, unlike 80 years ago, the Jewish people have a national homeland and a strong military and civil society. Yet, there is another similarity between these two cases, and this is the Jewish spirit. In his opinion, Judge Barak wrote, "The Nazis and their collaborators sought to reduce us to dust and ashes. They aimed to strip us of our human dignity. However, in this, they failed. During the most challenging moments in the ghetto, we preserved our humanity and the spirit of humankind. The Nazis succeeded in murdering many of our people, but they could not take away of our humanity. The same is true when it comes to the failure of Hamas, an unhuman terror organization who failed to break our Jewish spirit and will soon lose in its evil war it brought upon our nation." This scientific conference is aimed to focus on what we remember and what we learned from the Holocaust, especially from the horrors that took place in Kaunas. The goal, of course, is to understand how we could shape better Holocaust education for the sake of future generations, especially given that, unfortunately, soon we will no longer have Holocaust survivors that would be able to share their testimonies with us. As a father to small children, there is a motto that guides my actions as a parent. Don't worry, the children never listen to you. Worry that they are watching you, always. I find this motto very relevant to the topic of Holocaust education. I believe all of you agree about the importance of Holocaust education. However, if we will not condemn anti-Semitic comments, we will not be able to educate our children that such statements have no place in our society. If we will stay indifferent to art displays, denying the right of the Jewish state, the state of Israel, to exist, we cannot expect our children to be emphatic or believe in equal rights for minorities. If we will not oppose to the existence of statues or plaques honoring men who contributed to the massacre of Jewish people, we shall have no expectation for the effectiveness of school classes aimed to teaching children that violence is not acceptable. It is necessary condition that we act as we educate, that we will behave ourselves in the way we wish our children to behave. That will be the best education we could give for the future generation. These are all necessary steps for this beloved nation to acknowledge its past and educate its children that while the past cannot be changed, the future must be different. In this way, never again will not merely be a slogan, but a cherished motto guiding our actions. I would like to thank the organizers of the conference, and especially for the 9/4 Museum. The program of this conference is very impressive, and I look forward to the conclusions you will be learning after these 2 days. I wish to thank you all for listening. Ačiū labai.
Labai ačiū gerbiamam ponui Golanui. Dabar
Thank you, Mr. Golan. And now I'd like to give the floor to our guest from Germany, Cultural Attaché of Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany in Lithuania, Mrs. Luther.
Director Pichulis, ladies and gentlemen, I'm speaking to you on behalf of the German ambassador. At the beginning of a conference that sheds light on events that took place here in Kaunas 80 years ago. If one starts reading just a little bit about Kaunas at that time, you shudder and ask yourself, how can it be that people do this to other people? The reports are harrowing, and the conference will present many important facets of suffering that are perhaps not yet very well known. This is painful, but important. By remembering and researching in detail, and where possible by remembering individual fates, we will do justice to the victims. And it is important to analyze how these crimes were dealt with after the war in order to understand developments better and to do justice to today's responsibility. All mankind bears this responsibility, but for us Germans, the question of responsibility is, of course, of a very special nature. I would therefore like to express my great respect and gratitude to all those who have made the conference possible and who will contribute to it with research and presentations. Thank you.
Ačiū labai gerbiamai poniai Liuter. Dabar, kaip sako,
Thank you very much, Mrs. Luther. And last but not least, I'd like to give the floor to Chair of the Kaunas Jewish Community, Mr. Gerd Žak. Vytautas informed me that I have to be brief. And it is indeed should be so in this context, but I'd like to express my happiness, Marius, director, because a lot of people gathered to participate in this conference, considering the renovation of the bridge close by, and very esteemed people who gathered here together. From my side, I'd like to also express my happiness that we gathered here to commemorate the victims, and also that the commission, Ronaldas, Ingrida with the Center of Tolerance, and all other people participate everywhere, because to us it is very important. The centers of tolerance are like medicines to an ill person, if I could make this comparison. No doubt that historians, although I know a lot of you, Nerijus, Arūnas, and people from the Jewish Library, representatives from there, Marina, representative from Milan, and also people from Washington Holocaust Museum. I don't know your position, unfortunately, but we already had the chance to communicate. Perhaps there are also some other foreign guests. I don't know all of you, but I am happy, Mr. Director, that you gathered the esteemed team, which is great. I have been participating in such events for last 24 years. I'm going these duties as some dictators. And we've been cooperating with the Ninth Fort as a Jewish community for indeed a long and a very fruitful period. Our relations are great. We see the renovations that are taking place here, also events that are arranged here. Raimondas Kaminskas is inter alia those who are also contributing to them. Although I am willing to talk a lot, but this time I will be brief. I'd like to mention that it's important not only to those whom we have to commemorate, those who were killed, those who were murdered, but also the ones who are alive, who live in Kaunas. Ela Linskene, for example, Fruma Kučinskene, who passed away not long ago. This is the golden foundation. And we also see the second generation, because I'm already the second generation, because I felt the events for the entire life. My father was in Šiauliai Ghetto in Dachau. He sometimes experienced attacks at home, and from 8 people, only 2 survived. So we were feeling this for our entire life. We also see representatives from Vytautas Magnus University, Linas Venslauskas among you. Thank you for gathering this team together for this event. Also great moderators, Vytautas Bruveris, who is a famous person and who is always writing his articles in a very correct and precise manner. So I'd like to also wish you a great event, nice conference. We are indeed very happy that a lot of attention has been paid to the commemoration of the 80th anniversary of the Kaunas Ghetto. Say sometimes, oh, 80 years. No, no, no. The further it goes, the more painful we feel it. It seems we would be somehow forgetting, but it's not so. Indeed, thank you very much for this opportunity to address you, to welcome the participants of the conference, and I'm positive we will be cooperating in the same positive manner in the future. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gerc Jacques, for your welcome words. So let's turn to our first part of our conference. It is called Kaunas Ghetto Reality and Memory. I will be moderating this part 1, Kaunas Ghetto Memory and People. And before the coffee break, we'll have 2 presentations. Each of the presentations will take place for about 20 to 30 minutes, and we'll check how we'll be doing time-wise. Perhaps it will be possible to pose some questions immediately to the presenters, but if not, we'll have the time for discussion planned at the end of the sections and also at the end of the day. So I'd like to also draw your attention to the QR codes, the Slido application. while already during the first presentation, you'll be able to pose some questions addressed to either directly to our presenters or to someone who will be talking later during the agenda. The ones of you who are watching us online, you can do it in the comments to the broadcast stream. We're trying to be very productive time-wise, and I am hereby inviting Dr. Nerijus Šepetys from Vilnius University to deliver the presentation Problems of Understanding of the History of the Kaunas Ghetto.
Ladies and gentlemen, organizers, the participants who are online and offline, perhaps it's a bit unusual to be the one commencing the events like this. I'm usually a voice which is behind the scenes, the voice that want to comment. But perhaps it's not the surprise that Professor Giedrė and I are here at the very top of the program. Both of our topics are the most generic ones. It's about the Holocaust, about art of the research that we'll be finishing with the exhibition, which is to be held tomorrow. We have something new to say, which is always important, and we will try not to disappoint you. I am thinking here more of Giedrė's presentation, the exhibition itself, and the forthcoming catalogue. Meanwhile, my job, which I made up myself, is to identify the obstacles between then and now, the murdered and the living, the conditional other and the self. But I am not referring to the barriers that come from a lack of sources of knowledge, of time or judgments, of interest or empathy. It would be too obvious here, as if we were firing a cannon of arrows. After all, it's self-evident that the dear people of Lithuania do not know, do not remember, because they don't want to or don't feel comfortable about that ghetto. Looking back, in my adolescence, maybe 4 out of 5 had heard something about the daktarai from Vilijampolė and Slobodka, but maybe only 1 out of 100 had heard about the Jewish ghetto there. I don't think that the situation has changed much in those 35 years. So I won't be talking about the lack. I will be referring to the obstacles created by the apparent excess. Apie ką kita, kas sudėtingiau matoma, bet nemažiau svarbu, apie akivaizdaus pertekliaus pagimdytas.
I'll be talking about the obstacles when there is too much of them, too many of them, when we know too well, we remember, and we've heard or accounted for too much. And naming the obstacles is not self-evident per se. It's very important to grasp and name what they take away from our understanding, what they hide, what they leave in the mist, the so-called history of the ghetto. Life in the ghetto in those days. And I'll be talking about how to deal with these obstacles, how to try to overcome them. So I called those obstacles the ones of knowledge, memory, and narrative. First obstacle is that of knowledge, of knowing.
The Kaunas Ghetto is a story of a fairly defined period, and at the same time a truly bygone, barely accessible reality. Firstly, the ghetto, which had been formally suppressed by the Nazis since the 15th of August 1941, and converted into a concentration camp in late autumn 1943, was not just liquidated in July 1944, but also set on fire and burnt down. Secondly, as the Soviet authorities cleared the ruins after the war and then bulldozed the Viliampole neighborhoods, and this part of the territory of the former ghetto, artifacts of the past were literally wiped off the face of the earth. Even if the will to remember had existed, the conditions were not favorable. It's far from easy to walk around the former ghetto area now and find what was there in the past, but it's even more difficult than in space to go to the ghetto in time. It's almost immovably embedded in the history of the Holocaust in Lithuania and is therefore only a stopping point between the original, devastatingly impressive pogroms and shootings in the forts, and the end, which is the end that sows the seeds of death. And that is the problem of knowledge. Today we know not only how it ended, but also where it began. The history of the Viliampole ghetto begins with the massacre of Garage and Slobodka. It ends with the ghetto in flames and the camps in Germany. Knowing the beginning and the end means two things. Firstly, the ghetto is just a gap, a section, a stop between the start and the finish. And secondly, it's the start of destruction and the finish of destruction. The reality of such a stop isn't worth much, if anything. After all, everything is lost and was destined to be lost from the start. Joachim Tauber, writing in a book on the world of forced labor, identified this as a similar but narrower problem in the field of memory over a decade ago. A quotation in German. Like a stop of transit. It's like a stop of the first weeks of massacre on the one hand and terrible experiences on the other. And if it's not a stop, not just a gap, then what? I think we need to add that it's the form of life of the Jews persecuted by the Nazis and their lived reality. The first point is to try to free the imagination and understanding of the ghetto from the bonds of necessity, of determinism. Not everything was predefined. The ghettos, and specifically the Kaunas Ghetto, were not by means necessary for the Nazis' persecution and extermination of the Jews of Europe. And here it's enough to cast a glance at the Lithuanian province. During the first weeks of occupation, the Jews were robbed, arrested, then rounded up in temporary assembly points, and then they were herded into ghettos, but immediately, almost without exception, they were shot along the way. The seemingly incipient concentration of Jews at the end of the summer escalated into a mass murder that claimed the lives of around 98% of the people in the ghettos. In fact, apart from those who managed to escape at the beginning of the war or who were deported to Siberia a week earlier, the only survivors were those who ended up in small temporary ghettos and then were moved to Šiauliai and Čionys, or alone, mostly children and young women, to save their families. In the provinces, the ghetto meant an alternative to extermination and the underground. Shooting on ghetto, that's how it was then, we could say. But we wouldn't be entirely right. After all, the massacres in Vilnius and especially in Kaunas were horrific. But their scale didn't compare to the first systematic executions after the ghettos had been established. The creation of the ghetto was seemingly, if we take into account the atmosphere, actions, and the experiences of the time, both chaotically intertwined with the extermination and self-separated from it, rather than being a coherent or integral and therefore necessary part of the extermination. It's very important to try to grasp the experiences of those times at the beginning of the ghetto, between the creation of ghettos and the end of the actions immediately afterwards. And even if we succeeded, it would be more likely to be the experience of the survivors of these events and not of those who were victims during them. So this brings us to the next problem, the problem of memory. We're used to think that memory connects us to the past. If there is still something to remember, we have access to the past and the present. But memory isn't a bridge of time in itself. It connects, it separates, it reveals, it hides, depicts, and erases. It is thanks to the memory that the Kaunas Ghetto has acquired, as Taubo mentioned, the status of a way station. This was felt particularly acutely by the former prisoners of the ghetto. They survived, others did not. Their memory had the power to represent also the experiences of those who didn't survive. Historians tend to rely little on contemporary testimonies and even less on the very literal accounts of survivors, for example, children. They find diaries, letters, and contemporary records far more reliable. Survivors know this too. Against this background, an interesting place is occupied by those documents which are called, for example, diaries, but which saw the light of day much later, not immediately after the war. I will cite the most famous were here, the Kaunas Ghetto Diary, edited by Abraham Torrey, with commentary by Dina Porat, published by Harvard University Press in 1990. It's true that the work was published in Hebrew as early as 1983. And is now kept at Yad Vashem, although in the English edition the commentator warns that Torah was in the habit to write down the text and then later, if possible, to add more details than he would learn later. The publication has generally enabled professionals to use it as a primary source for the history of the ghetto. This is the case, for example, of one of the most prominent historians of the Shoah, Saul Friedlander, in his two-volume Nazi Germany and the Jews, 1997. He uses a conversation between Jakob Goldberg and a Lithuanian politician, which is quoted in Torrey's diary, to illustrate the point that the ghetto was ultimately created on the initiative of local government structures. Friedlander can be understood. Torrey's narrative is compelling, linking quite coherently the main events that constituted the Jewish experience: massacre by the Lithuanians, and thus the beginning of the catastrophe in general, the appeals of the Jewish community leaders to the German occupation authorities, and the meetings and the increasingly radical decisions of both authorities regarding the ghettos of Viliampole. But there is a problem. The Torah text is not the primary source of the events in question. There are several points which depict the events of July. Several people are mentioned there. Kaunas commander Karl Jäger and Lithuanian Minister of Finance of the Provisional Government Jonas Matulionis, Kaunas military commandant Jevonsas Bobelis, and other officials. Several things are told. They are integrated into a new narrative. The participants, the former heads of volunteers of Jewish, Jakob Goldberg, a former commander of the Union of Jewish Volunteer Soldiers, and a local politician testified after the war. Goldberg's testimony is not autobiographical, but oral, written down by the well-known former Kaunas journalist Israel Kaplan, who was the leader of the group of survivors and members of the camps on the west side. The Commission of Lithuanian Jews, which published in the regular quarterly magazine, Kaplan tended to be the editor of such notes, to edit such notes so thoroughly that he even received the critical diagnosis of Kaplanism by perhaps the most influential post-war historian of the church, Philip Friedman. What we have is the subsequent creative transformation of a not very reliable secondary textual version of an oral narrative. It follows that we don't experience the actual circumstances of the ghetto's creation from such sources, but rather their purposeful and creative interpretations, constructs of memory that offer us certain narratives. And now it leads to the third problem, with a little more emphasis on overcoming the obstacle of narrative. Existing narratives can be so firmly rooted that our imagination no longer has a chance to catch up with the possibility of seeing things differently. For example, as contemporaries saw them. Maybe Giedrė will tell us more about the portraits of police chiefs that are on display in our exhibition. How does this happen? First of all, because of the early narratives and images left behind by the survivors themselves, which, like Kaplan's notes, saw the photographs of Zvi Kadish, become so widespread and pervasive that even the survivors themselves threaten to reshape, if not to displace, their own experiences. Whether they are reflection by Raya Kruk. He was telling about the photographs of the ones who lived in the ghettos that pushed out her own memories. A very early attempt to formulate this problem was made by Shmuel Greenhouse, a researcher from Tilžė, lawyer, a political activist, a survivor of the Kaunas Ghetto, and in a post-war methodological text, he emphasized. Last but not least, and here I quote, there is what may perhaps be termed the hyper-historical complex of the survivors. Never before was an event so deeply sensed by its participants as being part of an epoch-shaping history in the making. Never before was a personal experience felt to be so historically relevant. The result of this hyper-historical complex has been that the brief post-war years have seen a flood of historical materials, rather contrived than collected, so that today one of the most delicate aspects of research is the evaluation of the so-called research material. The hyper-historical complex may be described as Judeo-centric, Greco-centric, and Bigo-centric. It concentrates historical relevance of Jewish problems on local events under the aspect of personal experience. This is the reason why most of the memoirs and reports are full of preposterous verbosity. Here, Greenhouse is only talking about survivors and those who necessarily want or need to tell something. It's important to reflect on this with all the shortcomings and especially the excessive that the scholar so vividly identifies, clearly referring to the accounts of the same survivors of Kaunas, those given, collected, edited immediately after the war. But it was not only the survivors and not only the Jews who told these stories. There were stories from former Nazis, from Germans and Lithuanians who worked for the Germans, and not necessarily. There were also simultaneous stories of Nazis and the same Soviets. For example, about those who worked for the enemy, were agents of the enemy, collaborated with the enemy in the post-war term. It's still okay, for example, if we're talking here about Lithuanian institutions and their relations with the German occupation authorities. There was a very clear occupying power, there were self-governing institutions, a certain collaborative relationship. Everybody, ex-Nazis, current Bolsheviks, people in the free world, Jewish survivors, agree that there was collaboration there, but maybe only to a different degree. It's quite clear about this. But why Jews? Why is it that the former Nazis, Lithuanians and Poles who fled to the West, some Jews, not to mention Soviet repressive structures, such as the Jewish ghetto police in Poland, including Vilnius, tend to perceive the Jewish ghetto police as a collaborative structure, and not only tended to perceive it as such, but persecuted. Here we have many strong narrative traditions that have clear interest, far from the truth, but we also have contemporary sources, the same history of the Marijampolė ghetto police in case of Kaunas, and it's very important. And we have documents certifying the police activity, which also show a clear ambivalence, which helps us to understand why it was different in Kaunas, and why is it that there is not one narrative about Kaunas, in Kaunas, and with Kaunas. So this ambivalence needs to be paid attention to. So there is a position that will prevent some members of the Kaunas Jewish community from coming to our exhibition, because it respectfully displays portraits of police chiefs as such. There is another, according to which police commanders were, if not heroes, at least martyrs to their social responsibilities, which was summarized by Greenhouse in 1951. When referring to the general impression of the time. And this latter image, of course, arose from specific historical circumstances. During the terrible children and grandparents' action of the 27th of March 1944, which claimed over 1,000 lives, several hundred children managed to be placed in hiding in the families of local residents, and the same number of targets successfully hidden were hidden in the Malinas for several more months. The police were directly implicated. Almost all of them, without no exceptions, were resident taken to the 9th fort, where Bruno Kittel, the famous executioner of Vilnius and former Jewish officer of the local security police and the security service, took charge of the quota. The hunt for hiding places for Malinas was primarily for information about the underground, contacts, contact persons, but also all hiding places in general. Only a small number of policemen broke ranks. Many of those were arrested or shot, others were dismissed, and the rest formed the order service, which was already directly under the SS, dominated by the traitor Bucza and a few former policemen known for their brutality. And yet, most of the Malina's hiding places were not disclosed, so the narrative is not finished. But still, this obstacle allows us to understand the link between the past, the experiences in the past, and between the perception of now. Another important thing of how we can approach those experiences is that the ghetto policemen themselves realized in their own time that they didn't seem to be positive historical characters. The history of the police, which was written from the very beginning and written by the end of 1942, was very clearly aware of both the importance of being at least some kind of sovereign, of possessing and controlling at least a corpus of rights, and of the perceived problematic nature of their own power, of their own self-government. They feared not only becoming a tool of the Germans in the repression of the Jews, but also the community's own rejection. And here I quote, "The Jew doesn't like to submit to a Jewish chinovniks." Reflecting specifically on the position of ordinary people, it stated that Jews in particular have always hated the police. End of quotation.
Matyti ištisi blokai tokio požiūrio pavyzdžių, čia porą
Going through the
paminėsiu.
police's own archived quota protocols reveals whole blocks of examples of this approach, to name a couple. Zina Levinienė from Paneriai Street was involved in a conflict with policeman Taras Gutelis, who wanted to take things from her father's apartment instead of an unpaid court fine. According to the policeman, she called him a pig and a hooligan, while Zina said it was the other way around, that the policeman and his colleague called her all sorts of things, called her a pig, while she called him just a gunslinger. A more blatant sign of disrespect was shown in front of the policeman lined up outside the headquarters of the 2nd precinct. When Leo Gurbichene allegedly said, Lieutenant, and here the quotation is in German, which says the Lithuanian partisans are Lithuanian partisans, not only German dogs, as she walked past. The woman herself claimed to have been misunderstood. She mentioned that when she was walking with an acquaintance, she said that there were many worse than partisans among the Jews, but she didn't mean the police officers at all.
Paaiškinimai irgi svarbus skirtumai. Nors juos iš esmės tai jungia raištis ir formali tvarkos saugojimo.
And basically the terms are also very important.
Aišku, tai tik kraštutiniai pavyzdžiai, bet per juos galime suprasti ir didelės dalies geto bendruomenės tokią sociopsichinę būklę.
Of course, these examples are extreme ones, but through them we can also understand the socio-psychic condition of a large part of the ghetto community, from educated, wealthy citizens who had earned a position in public society, landlords and employers, and here I quote, before whom robbers and shepherds used to respectfully raise their hats. They were transformed into prisoners, the humiliated and the broken.
42 metų, gegužės 27 dieną, geto komendanto įsakymas tikslina kiekvieną žydą.
The order of the ghetto commandment of the 27th of May 1942 specifies every Jewish man must wear a head covering in public, and if he meets a uniformed person, he must take it off as a sign of respect. All this humiliating pressure undoubtedly contributed to the fact that so much emphasis was placed on symbolism. As early as the end of 1941, according to the statute, the distinctive insignia of senior officers introduced on paper, then in reality, was based on a simple premise. A hat separates a policeman from an ordinary citizen. And although we don't know the full circumstances under which Joseph Schlesinger was commissioned in 1942 to create a gallery of portraits of the most important members of the ghetto police, which clearly asserted the authority of the uniformed officers, it's likely that it was linked to a very important event, the idea of swearing an oath to all policemen. It is with this climax that the story of the policeman ends. The book itself offers the most conceptual and at the same time the most compelling interpretation of this event. On the one hand, outwardly it was more like playing soldiers, formations, solemn words, marching, but there was also a secret intention that could not be expressed openly, a demonstration of national unity, a display of our national
teko išbandyti realiai jau po 2 savaičių.
Combining our deep sadness at the events of yesterday and today and our hopes for tomorrow.
Per minėtą policijos vienybės ištikimybės išmėginimą.
And it's all about the test of the strength of the police and loyalty during the action of 27th and 28th of March 1944. And here again I quote, the text of the oath was written in painful, helpful letters on a beautifully illustrated parchment rolled up in a scroll and pierced with a broad white and blue band. It's an undertaking to the heads of both the police and the council to carry out their orders and duties without regard to personal considerations, benefits, and conditions. The new socialization was consolidated not only by the musical celebration organized on that occasion, but also by taking the already informally active orchestra under its wing. An important motive for the oath was also the promise to protect official secrets and information, as Daniel Offer, who later commented on the Hebrew edition of the History of the Police, comments, this meant both the willingness not to give away things or people that the Germans would demand and to keep the knowledge of the intentions of the Germans that the leaders might have experienced. This assertion of the police status was also important as a demonstrative linguistic shift. Until then, all the work, the writing was done in Lithuanian, both because of the self-imposed necessity of having a police force and because of the habits of the people who started working at the police force from their previous experience in the Republic of Lithuania, and because, as the authors of this story point out, the native Yiddish didn't sound military, unlike Lithuanian, which is its way creating a distance, a military discipline from within itself. And to conclude, people themselves, in person and through institutions, told different stories about themselves at the time and heard them from others. To understand this about their lives back then, we need to look for those stories first. Researching and writing history is not primarily a matter of being prepared to explain and talk, but of listening and hearing. And here the moments of unity, coherence, fluidity, and interconnectedness can never overshadow the unsurmountable diversity that comes from reality itself, as Leopold von Ranke taught us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Nerijus. We do have a couple of minutes, and perhaps there will be some questions from the audience that I'd like to also update with my own question in order to continue the thought. Perhaps you could also save the questions for discussion, which is estimated at the end of our event, but this is the fundamental question. Perhaps you could provide more details about the approach between the memory and history. What's the difference between memorizing and historical research? Perhaps you would suggest that memory is some fiction and history is evidence-based science. Perhaps you could elaborate more on this topic. From my own side, I'd like to pose the following question. You expressed the thought that the most important for us is to understand not only the ignorance, but also know what we do know. And also some gaps that should be closed, because while we understand what's missing, it will not be possible to escape this route of collecting evidence and get closer to the reality, not only to the object of history. And we also understand the reality as something which is existing per se. The reality that exists per se with complications, varieties, and contradictions. What do we get from that? What is the most important? What shall we get from that? What's the top issue that we have to get from that? I think the benefits that I'd like to mention is that human head and human heart are very often compared. sometimes our emotions and logics do not go one with another. Because if you are sensitive, you are sensitive. If you are more logical than illogical, but sometimes you cannot judge it from the outside. Sometimes you have to change the way of our thinking, because some people don't think not because they don't want or they don't attempt to think, but sometimes they don't have any impetus to do that. They don't have any impetus that would make them thinking. With Ingrida, we sometimes see young people who are school graduates, and young people kind of understand very well what they have to achieve in the future. So it means that this impetus to think on specific topics should be developed, should be educated in young people, respectively. And also we have to work with personal stories. We have to consider personal stories. We have to also think that in our information society there is very much information. Sometimes we're overwhelmed with information. It's the matter of selecting it. So I think we have to get back to the story and history, because from our childhood we very well remember this reaction of rejection while someone was talking to us their stories. And the problem is not the memory per se, but while someone tells his or her experience or story, that you are overwhelmed with that story. It means that you're kind of entering the world of visualizations that you are stranger in. So sometimes you have to rethink, retell the story for many times, and this is the danger, in my opinion, because we are not exception in this context. The Soviet times were peculiar that many people who had some memories to share, they were silent. They were keeping silence. And to compensate that, a lot of people told untrue stories. The more difficult was the experience, the more difficult was to express it, to tell it to others, to tell what you went through. And I think reflections were there. Especially in after-war texts, because many people from Lithuania, many people fled from Lithuania, especially people with higher education, and who felt direct threat of repressions, not because what they were engaged in during the war period, but just because they were educated, because they were very bright people. And while being based in Western countries, they immediately understood their responsibility, not only because of something that you have to tell or show or collect some information, but also they felt responsibility for something that's left unnamed, unspoken. It means that you have to be this link, this connection between something that used to be and something that will be, this link between the past and the future. And seems this is like, supervision of plants by a gardener. And historians are kind of taking this role and were doing the best for the stories not to be forgotten. For example, Możecki from Vilnius Greenhouse, other historians that were taking care about it. Now we are speaking about Lithuanians that also went through traumatic experience, and I think a lack of responsibility among historians is observed, because either they oppose each other or they don't want to talk about the history and past. And we need history in order to go to the future, not to be too much fragmented, to have the basic story of you, and especially considering people who are somehow lost or forgotten. So that's in brief to answer your question. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Nerijus Šepetys, for your insights, for your intensive and very well emphasized thought that whatever is the reality, whatever Kaunas Ghetto went through, The authentic life with all consequences and difficulties that were observed there need to be subject to research. And now I'd like to give the floor to Professor Dr. Giedrė Jankevičiūtė from Vilnius Academy of Arts, who will continue this topic, the subject. The name of the presentation is Visual Representation of Everyday Life in the Kaunas Ghetto, Reality and Memory. Hello. Thank you very much to organizers for inviting me to this event. And I think the start is very interesting. I think the further we go, the more interesting it will become during today and tomorrow. So from general perspective that was presented by Nerijus, I'd like to go to some peculiarities or details, if you wish. We speak also about the exhibition which has been opened in the historic presidential office of Lithuania in Kaunas. So you see the name of the presentation. It's about visual representations of everyday life in the Kaunas Ghetto. That's my topic. Reality and Memory. The title of this presentation, or to be more exact, exhibition, is as it is displayed on the slide. But before the opening of that exhibition, we shortened this name for our visitors to better memorize it. And only the laconic wording Kaunas Ghetto, Reality and Memory, is left. Today, speaking to specialists, I'd like to turn back to the original version of that exhibition, of this primary option, and specifically to the visual representations, wording that was removed from the title, because it is the axis of the exhibition and at the same time a topic which naturally answers some of the questions raised during this conference. As we are all well aware, in the post-truth age we live in, visual evidence has lost its credibility it once had, and it requires constant verification. The legitimacy of evidence rests on the set of disciplinary procedures that we employ in pursuit of truth. These procedures make it possible to confirm the reliability of visual evidence by clarifying the entire series of factors. First of all, the circumstances of the appearance of the evidence, possibilities, need, options, purposes of use, also interpretations that are linked to those purposes, and so on. The history of the Shoah and its testimonies are no exception in this context. The history of the Kaunas Ghetto is also worth noting, especially since it lacked the attention by now. In the presentation and report, I will not repeat something that is obviously seen and that has already been mentioned on various occasions. For example, that several ghetto artists were commissioned by the Council of Elders to document. Sorry, the slides somehow don't move, which I apologize for. All right. So the Council of Elders commissioned to some artists to document the reality of the ghetto, streets, buildings, people, banal scenes of everyday life. There should be about, well, illustrations. Well, this is one of them. One more, please. The faces of ordinary ghetto residents, but also the elite of the ghetto that are difficult to visualize, including the eviction of the ghetto residents in 1942. It was particularly on January the 15th, while apartments of Jews were vacated, and also the public execution of Nahum Mek that was also mentioned on this occasion. There were only few works of this kind, or at least some have survived. This deficiency, like the missing originals, was tried to be replaced by replicas. Here I am primarily referring to the well-known work of the artist Esther Lurie, whose works are restored from the ghetto era. Post-war stagings were used to supplement the well-preserved but still insufficient photo archive in the eyes of those who shaped the memory of the ghetto. Thus, from the beginning of the research, both Nerijus and myself faced the necessity to strictly identify the visual representations of the reality of the Kaunas Ghetto according to the time and circumstances of their appearance. We divided them into two groups, those which appeared in the ghetto and those which were created after the war. We did not aim to expose or condemn the phenomenon of artifact replicas or imitations. We associated it with the completely understandable and legitimate need of the Shoah survivors to fill the memory gaps by visible evidence and testimonies. Accordingly, we took simultaneous use of the originals and replicas in reconstructing the narrative of the ghetto history and attempt to create an exemplary narrative about life in the Kaunas Ghetto as well as its reality. In our opinion, the same aspiration to create an exemplary narrative led to the oblivion of some of the surviving original artifacts. It could be also said about the insufficient research of the activities and life facts as well as circumstances of the people who created the visual representations of the ghetto. The exemplary narrative must be clear, not overloaded. Controversial facts and unclear biographies are not suitable for it. One of our goals was to patch up the gaps, to close the gaps and reveal omissions as much as possible. It was one of the aims that we named because we understand that for contemporary reflection of ghetto is not only important to get replicas but also the genesis of the story about the reality. In my presentation we'll try to briefly cover what we aimed for and what we achieved. We'll be able to comment on it in more detail with Nerijus tomorrow, while all of us will be visiting this exhibition. The origin of the exhibition in the portrait gallery of the Kaunas Ghetto police commanders stored in the Central State Archive of Lithuania. It was not well known to historians of the ghetto. This portrait gallery of Kaunas Ghetto police commanders. The drawing were not of special artistic quality, and their author is not a Lithuanian Jew, but Joseph Schlesinger, a student of the local art academy who came to Kaunas from Prague and was imprisoned in the ghetto. These two circumstances perhaps meant that researchers were not interested in Schlesinger works. Perhaps it would have been differently if Schlesinger, who survived the Shoah and returned back to Prague, would have become at least a slightly more influential person in the artistic life of his time. His name and works began to attract attention only after the Yad Vashem Art Museum, more precisely Eliad More Rosenberg, the curator of this museum, began to publicize the works of artists who were active in the Kaunas Ghetto, stored in the Yad Vashem collection. No doubt, while visiting Yad Vashem, it is impossible not to notice the abundance of works of art in the permanent exhibition that is about the history of the Kaunas Ghetto. There is also a lot about Schlesinger's drawings in there. However, the first, more detailed presentation of his legacy, beyond the history of the Kaunas Ghetto, but in the context of the Holocaust art, was Morech Rosenberg's a Portrait of Posterity exhibition of portraits created by Jewish artists during the Shah from the Yad Vashem collection in 2012. It is the last portrait for posterity. Among other things, this exhibition draws attention to how many significant works of the portrait genre were created in the relatively tiny Kaunas Ghetto. In addition to the self-portrait and the portrait of fellow artist Peter or Fritz Gadiel, who was active in the Kaunas Ghetto, all other persons depicted by Schlesinger are prominent figures of the ghetto, officials, as well as police commanders. All four portraits of police commanders at Yad Vashem have successors in the LCVA portrait gallery. Only the Yad Vashem portraits are tiny, little, almost postcard size, drawn by ink on smooth, stiff paper, while the LCVA portraits are twice as large, drawn on expensive coarse paper and also glued on black, stiff paper. It is then folded into album, and when unfolded, a portrait gallery could be hung on the wall. That's just the comparison. These are several variations of the same person's image. The smaller one is like a pocket photo for memory. It is very well understandable and easily explained in the ghetto conditions. The larger is like to be displayed during the exhibition for public exposing. What's so special about it? If we spoke about a peaceful time, the question would not have arisen. However, we are dealing with images that created under extreme conditions. Art materials were lacking in the ghetto, and they should be saved. Thus, two identical images of the same person, different only in size and paper quality, seem to be an inexplicable luxury and waste. Yet another question is why so much attention was specifically paid to police commanders or officials. After all, the policemen in the ghetto were not respected or universally liked people, despite the patronage of artists, including painters and musicians. Part of their heroic attitude during the activity of children and elderly people in March 1944. Therefore, an exhibition of their images in the ghetto is hard to be imagined. For the documentation of the police commanders as well as other representatives of ghetto elite, it seems that small format portraits should have been sufficient. So why and who put a lot of effort into creating the representative portrait gallery? Neither Nereus nor I have been able to find a source that would allow us to give the convincing answer to this question, but Nereus speculates that the portrait gallery preserved by the LCVA could have been created for the swearing-in ceremony of the ghetto police, which took place in 1942. The ceremony was held in the yeshiva of Viliampoli. It was accompanied by a concert by the police orchestra, so it is quite probable that another highlight of the celebration was also taken care of, namely the exhibition of portraits of police commanders. The ceremony was organized by one of the two deputy police commanders
Ir ne, atgal. Taip, ačiū. Tikrasis lyderis Jehuda.
The real leader, Yehuda Zupavičius. He can also be considered as the main patron of the event, who distributed orders to artists, took care of their working conditions and remuneration. It would explain why another portrait of Zupavičius, created by another author, Esther Lurie, was added to the gallery of Schlesinger's drawings. By the way, it is dated 22nd of May 1942.
Matosi signatūra.
It's also the signature, which would correspond to the originally planned date of the swearing-in ceremony, which was postponed due to the problems and scandals. Panemunski complained about the drunkenness of high-ranking police officers. Incidentally, Lurie also painted a private portrait of Zupavičius in civilian clothes at a similar time preserved in the Yad Vashem collection. And Zupavičius's widow also preserved photographs of portraits of her and her husband painted by Schlesinger around the same period. Sources indicate that the official side of the ceremony was very important to Zupavičius. The demonstration of policeman power and institution's prestige emphasized the uniform and ranks. It can be assumed that this is precisely why all the images of policemen created by Schlesinger have paradisiacal features. All portrayed persons, except for the police chief Mikhail Koppelman, who qualifies as the representative of civil authority, the head of the office of the Central Office, Abraham Schulman, and the Gestapo trustee in the Labor Council, Benno Lipzer, not a policeman, but he has permits for the event, were uniform caps with clearly visible insignia. By the way, the gallery of the LCVA ghetto policemen was given additional significance by post-war records in Russian, testifying to the efforts of the Soviet repressive structures to identify the so-called Nazi collaborators. In this way, Schlesinger's drawings were turned into visual sources not only of the reality of the ghetto, but also of the memory of the Shoah that also was suppressed or changed by the Soviet regime. Let's go back to Nerijus Šepety's hypothesis about the origin of the gallery of ghetto police commanders. It encourages us to dwell on another feature of the reality of the Kaunas Ghetto, which is also reflected by the relatively large specific group of artifacts that have survived. I'm referring to the output of the ghetto graphic workshop, which in today's terms could be broadly called design. During the stabilization period from 1942, there were noticeable efforts to organize, articulate, and aestheticize the daily life of the ghetto, at least to the extent that was available to local government officials. The fruits of this effort were first systematically presented by the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum in 1997. It was the exhibition about the Kaunas Ghetto and its catalogue. In the Yad Vashem archive, 2 photographs by Zvi George Kadish are stored. They capture the head of the Kaunas Ghetto graphics workshop, Peter Fritz Gadiel, located between the secretary of the Council of the Elders of the Ghetto, Abraham Golub-Tori, and head of the Statistics Department of the Ghetto, a very well-known historian and journalist in Lithuania, Rudolf Volsonok. The photographs eloquently describe the importance of the activities of the graphic workshop and its leader, Gadiel. German or Austrian constructivist ghetto service signs, drafts, logos, and insignia of their personnel, work certificates, stamps, ghetto orchestra concert programs, statistical graphs and charts,
rankraštinių knygų dizainas,
manuscript book designs,
paskaitų
lecture illustrations, and other artifacts have long-led researchers to associate Gadiel with the most modern school, the Bauhaus. This fact is necessarily indicated in a short biography of Gadiel, which travels from publication to publication. However, his name could not be found in the list of Bauhaus students. Instead, in the archive of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Lithuania,
gyvenusio žydų amatų ugdymo draugijos Ort mokyklos
Ort School of Jewish Craft Education Society archive remained. It was archive of 1933-1934, suggesting the new hypothesis of Peter Gadiel. And it would encourage us to believe that...
Gerai, dar toliau pavydom. Ne, jau per daug toli. Grįžtam prie mažos dokumentinės nuotraukėlės. Heinzas Gadielis buvo stebėtinai panašus į
Heinz Gadiel was strikingly similar to Peter Gadiel, and it would encourage us to believe that is this the same person? Well, most probably connected to International Communist Network. However, we don't have any details proving that hypothesis. The fact that Heinz Gadiel studied at the Ort School would correspond to Peter Gadiel's attention to the constructivist stylistics and his interest in Gestalt psychology, which significantly influenced the development of modern design. The leader of the Ghetto Graphics workshop obviously relied on the idea that the human brain seeks to simplify and organize complex images, putting them not into series of individual elements, but into structures and patterns. This approach brought Gadiel closer to Volsonok and helped them to communicate and collaborate successfully, creating even such macabre artifacts such as the graphs recording the dynamics of the ghetto killings and murders. However, from statistics and their graphic forms, I'd like to get to simpler things, the insignia of the ghetto services, or rather armbands of officials. There are 11 of them in the exhibition, 10 from the collection of the National Museum of Čiurlionis.
Stojam. Aha. Stop. Atgal. Atgal prie tų. Galima čia sustoti. Ir vienas iš Lietuvos.
And one from the collection of the National Museum of Lithuania. That one is very different from the other 10. This is thick, heavy, canvas-lined, reinforced cotton armband designed to be worn over outwear such as jacket or coat. Its height is 10 centimeters, length 43 centimeters. In the manuscript book of the secretary of the Vilijampolė Ghetto Council, Abraham Golub Tori, in this one, that was the 1942 Ghetto Council book, that was described there. Photographs documenting the circumstances of how the laces functioned and thus the way they were worn also confirmed that the laces were worn over heavy outwear. So they were like this, long, reinforced with a lining base. The exhibits of the band's collection in the National Čiurlionis Art Museum visually more or less correspond to Gadiel's designs, but in terms of shape and material properties, they are distinctly different from the Lithuanian National Museum specimen. They are narrower, made of thin cotton without lining, joined by machine seam on the inside, that might fit on the arm of a woman in summer clothes, but unthinkable on the arm of a man wearing thick fabric. Similar ties exist in the collections of other Holocaust memorial institutions. If Lithuania, it would be the Ninth, Fourth and Vilnius Gaon Jewish History Museums. When it comes to foreign countries, we should mention Yad Vashem and the Washington Memorial. Both curators of the Ninth Fort and Yad Vashem believe that in their collections they are not the originals but modern substitutes for the originals. It can be assumed that the production of repetitions or replacements of the design artifacts of Kaunas, Lodz and other ghettos was determined by the need for visual representation of the Holocaust, which arose after the fall of the Iron Curtain and the wave of establishing Holocaust museums or dedicated museum departments that were popular all around Europe. Expositions were necessary and there were no exhibits. The market reacted immediately, but it's still being talked half-heartedly. Apparently, no one has taken up chemical or physical research yet, although there are enough arguments justifying their need. For example, Yad Vashem's collection of bands from the Kaunas Ghetto is quite expensive, but it was all gathered in the last 25 years. Natural question rises to curators, why didn't the survivors or their families not share the preserved precious relics with the public for many years and decided to sell them or donate them to museums only after several decades? On the other hand, among the Kaunas Ghetto police archive documents, there is a small, tiny correspondence, and this is one of the documents from that correspondence, which shows that the ligators were especially valued in the ghetto because they were very short in supply. After a group of policemen took 2 wristbands each, a list of them with addresses was immediately compiled. The second bands were to be returned because they were in shortage. It means that the number of bands was very limited. It can also be assumed that during the liquidation of ghetto, the rescue service was not important to the ghetto prisoners who were being transferred to other camps. However, how can we explain the abundance of the artifacts in the 20th century, both in the visual evidence market and memory institutions? Returning to the Lithuanian National Museum, the guarantee of its authenticity could also be the exposition of this calendar cut out of plywood in 1943, made in the ghetto workshop by either Gadiel himself or under his supervision. Tie repetitions or imitations are a phenomenon of recent times, which we present in Lithuania in such detail for the first time. Repetitions of our exhibition complement the formation of the memory narrative of the Shoah, which consists of the fragments of the exhibition Fascism in Dest, organized by the Jewish Museum in Vilnius, and replicas of Esther Lurie, missing ghetto drawings. I've already presented them. That they were made with the etching technique under the supervision of the author herself and published in limited edition of 20 copies. That was then distributed to main Holocaust Museum. Lurie donated his etching portfolios to Yad Vashem, the Ghetto Fighters Museum, the USHMM, and also Vilnius Gaon Jewish History Museum. In addition to authentic photos of this ghetto, we also present photo stagings created in 1944, by the second half of 1945. Former prisoners of the Kaunas Ghetto who survived the Holocaust posed for such staging with stars sewn to their clothes, attached to their clothes. In this way, various scenes of life in ghetto were recreated, mostly episodes of work and everyday life. One of the examples is the image of the sewing shop, the creation of which was told by daughter of tailor Mose Milner, Shoshana Meister, born in 1941. Moshe or Moishe Milner is the first on the left. According to Shoshan Meister, who remembered her father's stories, the scene was photographed right after the war in Vilnius. All participants were former prisoners of the Kaunas Ghetto. The information was provided by Austria Untitled Račiūnienė, a relative of Milners, a museologist and art historian. In this exhibition, we didn't have the opportunity to reveal the entire visually documented panorama of the reality of the Kaunas Ghetto, as well as the scope of the corpus of visual representations of the memory of that reality. However, we hope that we've conveyed the nature of the representations, iconography, material properties, application, partly the circumstances of origin, etc. It is especially important for us to reconstruct which of the surviving artifacts and how they were integrated into the construction of the ghetto memory narrative. We tried to shed light on the most prominent attempts to fill the memory gaps that appeared to be destroyed in the eyes of the witnesses. Yet another goal of this exhibition, which we aimed for, and at least partially achieved, was enriching of our knowledge about artists who were active in the ghetto. We tried to do this by filling in the gaps in their biographies and gathering information about their activities before the Shoah and after the war. Researching the history of the Shoah gave us the impulse to review the current history of Lithuanian and even original Jewish art, to touch a little studied issue of artists' connections, and something that is linked with the problem of forgetting. While speaking about the education on Holocaust, I think our exhibition and our efforts just proved that contexts and visualization are very important factors in this context. Contexts enrich our thinking and thinking capacity. Thank you very much for your presentation. Perhaps I will not steal your time that is scheduled for coffee break, although I would have to pose a question to which you would probably need a separate presentation. And we'll have the second part of our presentation for that. So perhaps we'll save the answer for discussion, part of our agenda discussion. You mentioned a couple of times that it is possible to shed light on different aspects and also perceive memory of Holocaust and visualization, representation, the genesis, the development of it. So what are the main stages? What are the main construction, so to say, of this genesis? What are the main parts? Perhaps during the later discussion, we'll be able to repeat this question and get back to the topic. So now I thank you very much and announce coffee break. We'll meet in about half an hour at 12 p.m. for the next part of our conference. Thank you.
Tai sveiki visi ir gyvai sugrįžę į salę ir prie savo ekranų,
Welcome
stebintys
back.
mus internetu.
I'm welcoming back
Tęsime savo
all those
programą.
online and offline, and we're continuing our event, our program, and we're turning to the next session. I want to remind you once again that you can ask questions in the section of comments and in the slide of application that you can see here displayed on the wall. And if we do not have time for the questions after the presentation, we'll do that during the discussion session. And now I want to give the floor
George Kadish, Kaunietis,
Kaunas Ghetto, Kaunas resident, Kaunas Ghetto chronicler. He will be talking about George Kadish. The floor is yours.
Pranešėjai nespėta prisekti prie šitos nelašelinės prie sistemos.
Jau veikia. Gerai. Tai laba diena, gerbiami kolegos, garbus svečiai.
Hello everyone, ladies and gentlemen.
Ir ačiū organizatoriams, kad
I
priėmė
want to
mane.
thank the organizers of the conference for inviting me and for accepting me.
Kodėl čia esu?
I just need to explain myself as to why I'm here.
Automatiškai daro už mane. Sistemingas holokausto tyrinėtojas.
Systematic research of a Holocaust.
Esu senstantis žmogus, o kai senstantis, tai vis labiau nervuojasi. Tai tiesiog iš tokių perspektyvų, nes du dalykus, kur visą laiką bandau akcentuoti.
And I'm trying to highlight more aspects. When it comes to the education of Holocaust, of course, it's very important and necessary, but we should start not with the Holocaust, but with the very beginning of that period. We need to speak of the emotional and spiritual relation. And I believe that George Kadish is an iconic figure. His quotes are very often referred to and used. And when I discuss it with my colleagues, I very frequently refer to him as and his works as taken from the archive or museum. So at the stage, at the extent of identification, we encounter many problems, and I will discuss that in more detail. Today I'm being less optimistic about that. Still, I will try to discuss it and elaborate it in more detail and to correct all those mistakes that were made. The contote from the museum already provided me with more information, so I hope that I'll be able to disclose the information in a very detailed manner.
Gana dažnai pasitaikantis matyt teiginys, kad
there is this statement that the ghetto, Kaunas Ghetto, or ghettos in general were existing and functioning as a separate system with their own structure. And of course it's true. On the other hand, again, from the same perspective, it would be really unreasonable, and of course it would constitute a very huge work to check all relations, all links that existed in the pre-ghetto period. There are many citizens who had their own past, their own fates and experiences, but still I have this presumption that every individual is formed by the environment when it comes to the beliefs and so on. But during those darkest period, the Nazi period from 1941 to 45, those links, I believe, should be reconsidered. Let's say 2 weeks ago, we also had the scientific conference dedicated to the same problematics, and I agree with my colleague when it comes to the ones who had the influence on the lives of the Jewish community, on the situation of the Jewish community during the ghetto period. So that means that the life that existed beyond the ghettos was very, very foreign to the Jewish community at the time. So today I want to speak of this extraordinary individual. You can see this general information
United States Holocaust Memorial Museum
about George Kadish. This is the presentation of the very first chronicler, which is based on the memories and maybe from something that he heard. But still, this information exists, and again, it consists of some errors. It doesn't mean that the chroniclers from Washington are not good at their job, but still, we should get used to this idea that the memories, the past events, they somehow change. It depends on the valuation, on the facts, on the consideration of the facts. So George Kadish was born in Nazi-occupied Lithuania in 1910. After attending the local Hebrew school, he moved with his family to Kaunas. I'm trying to introduce him as a Kaunas resident.
Lietuvos jaunuolių, tarpukario Lietuvos jaunuolių vis tiek ateitį savo siedami su Kaunu, su perspektyvomis Kaune.
Lots of young people at the time were linking their future with Kaunas, namely Kaunas. I will speak about that in more detail, but still you can see here the fact that he was studying at the Aleksotas University, and it's not correct. We are trying to get more precise information, biographical facts about that person, but still his biography has been interpreted in different ways. This commemoration of Kaunas Ghetto was already highlighted, and here you can see this photo of George Kadish. I took some photos from the archives. He is the third from the left, and this is the photo of his family. The fate of his family could be researched and studied and discussed separately. And I believe the Holocaust tragedy experience is very different in the cases of his family members.
And
this is a piece of updated information which is still incorrect. It says that he was born in Raseiniai in 1910. He came to study to Kaunas, to the Faculty of Technics, and he is linked with Yehuda Zupovich.
And
it seems that their friendship started at that University of Vytautas Magnus, but he had engineering background, engineering degree, and one of the common denominators here in this place is the membership of Zionist organization Babyn Yar. So it was characteristic of the
pasiruošęs tam, sakykime,
movements of that nature. And I'm highlighting this particular aspect because it's an additional layer which could lead to an additional piece of research. Because when Kadish speaks of his own experiences, of his own photos, he started to refer to his camera as a weapon, as a means of weapon, of resistance. After his studies, he worked as a mathematics teacher at the Kaunas Jewish High School. The language was Hebrew, and I'm leading you to the era again. In the printing house of his father, which was located in Raseiniai, published the booklet, the small book, Television Transmission of Moving Images by Means of Radio. I think that was an extraordinary phenomenon which displayed the innovative thinking of Kadish. And it strongly impresses me, maybe because I'm only capable of turning the computer on. I think that particular fact of his biography is really significant in his life. But Kadish did not work at that Kaunas Jewish High School.
Matematikos mokytojų. Tai čia vėlgi, na, sakykime, galima analizuoti, kaip atmintyje kažkur susisieja.
Brother-in-law was working as a mathematics teacher in Raseiniai at the time, but later on, because of some mixed up documents, that particular trait was attributed to Kadish. But Kadish indeed worked as a teacher, but we still should consult the archives. This photo was speaking for itself. But he was living in Kaunas, he was teaching in Hebrew, and from the future perspective, we should be speaking about the Jewish identity. He was multilingual, he was a Jew, Zionist, and he was thinking of the future of his state, of his nation. The Jewish identity was in some second or third extent of his thinking, because he was delving in the Lithuanian culture, the Lithuanian environment at the time.
Gyvenimas Kaune be jokios abejonės jį siejo su lietuviškomis.
He was linked with the Lithuanian environments.
Kadušino televizija, judamųjų vaizdų perdavimas radio pagalba.
Kadush's television, it's the year of 1935. Again, you can see these booklets, including the photo of the author. And based on my interpretations, I think it's quite symptomatic, because in 1935, there was the Jewish organization of volunteers which launched the periodical review. So I think that environment surrounding Kadish was the association with the Lithuanian environment, which was very significant. Again, it was not in Jewish, it was not in Hebrew, but in the state language, Lithuanian language, to disseminate the information on the recognition of innovations, let's say, and thus he realized himself as a dreamer, as an innovator. And if you want to collect more knowledge about, let's say, electronic devices that existed at the time, you should read the whole booklet, the whole book. Kadish was at the very peak of the innovation, because let's say in 1938, the first domestic electronic TV sets were launched by the company Dumont. And at the very end of the book, there were some advertisements, as in a normal publication, right? It was to do with the radio technical repair shop at Laisvės Alley in Kaunas, and with several other electronic devices that existed at the time. So according to some sources, all of us know that Laisvės Alley used to be the main channel, the main vein, which represented his huge circle of peers, colleagues, and friends. And then he started to study at the university. He was somehow a universal student, and this he was always referring to the lack of funds. So this studying was not really successful for him at the time. But the fact that he was introduced to the academic environment also allowed him to broaden his circle of acquaintances, and it illustrates his life in Kaunas. And it also illustrates the potential relations, contacts. I also inserted the photo taken by Kadish at the very beginning of the Holocaust. He used to rent a flat in Kaunas, and everything started at that particular apartment, because when he heard the screams and something happening, he took his camera instantly, and this is an iconic photo. You can see the encouragement written in blood for revenge, encouraging others to revenge for all Jews. So it was the moment of discovery, and it's usually the case with the Holocaust survivors that they are sometimes forgotten for some time. So he was rediscovered through the memories of others and through the literary sources and biographies of other people that were archived. And he established himself in the USA. He continued the work he loved. He owned the video and technical repair shop in Hollywood, so he didn't give up the main hobby of his. And there were several interviews with him. There were many photos discovered and rediscovered. So it seems that in the environment where he was photographed, at his work or at his home, he had a studio, his office, that's all the photos were hung. So he always lived in the environment of Kaunas, in the memories of Kaunas. And at the very beginning of the Kaunas Ghetto period, he was imprisoned together with the family of his sister, and his brother was killed in very unclear circumstances at the very beginning of the war. So I believe he had to suffer very mixed and confused feelings, as well as the members of his community and the environment. And of course, he recorded the very initial shock after the first killings and shootings. He was waiting for the Germans to come, as well as others, and they believed that the Germans could protect all of them from these shootings. And this kind of memory could be really controversial, and it could really trigger our nationalistic imagination, because Kadish was saying that he was happy about Germans coming to the country. And if we try to uncover those layers, when he became a prisoner of Kaunas Ghetto, it led to different inconsistencies, and it's not possible to somehow single out one line of the narrative. At least I think it cannot be done, because consciously or unconsciously, all of us want to have this world defined in a very clear manner, but the situation was very complicated for both Kadish and all the people.
Gal galima sakyti paramilitariniais rūbais.
Here you can see Kadish wearing some military or paramilitary clothes. He used to be introduced as a secret photographer of the ghetto, and in some witness statements, you can find information here that he used to wear these particular clothes to somehow demonstrate his Aryan appearance, and he used to freely walk around the ghetto or beyond the boundaries of the ghetto to take photos freely. And of course, it could lead to another question as to how secret that activity was, because again, it was also mentioned by the Kaunas Ghetto Jewish Council that they were trying to record everything that was going on at the time, not only through photos, but through different documents and papers. And Kadish himself doesn't speak about that directly. Still, we can see other photos that depict different individuals, different people. So maybe that can somehow certify him being the recorder of the time. So based on this interpretation, the Jewish Council was seen as collaborants who didn't always want to contribute to that. Still, there are many photos displaying many images, and again, it says that the perspective of a photographer is a broader one. Maybe he used to take photos through some hole of a button. Maybe he had a camera installed in the belt, in the buckle of a belt. It was a kind of innovation. And this kind of perspective says that he was able to take photos in many surroundings, in many environments. There was one more episode that during one of the periods of taking photos, he used to travel around the area and he hired a carriage. So there was a carriage man that Kadish used to take different photos. So there were many series of events, and when we refer to the memories of Kadish, we can always call them subjective and doubt the truthfulness. But let's see here, you can see his colleague Mendel Grossman. They were working in the Statistics Bureau, and they were taking secret photos of the ghetto life at the time. And these photos can be found in Lodge, from Lodge Ghetto. And here we can see how the information is and can be interpreted as to how the photos can be very informative. Here I inserted one of the photos that Kadish was the sole author of, and you can see Kadish standing at the other side of the wire, of the spiked wire, and here you can see the different fragments from the ghetto life. When it comes to different conditions and circumstances, let's say, maybe he could take photos in a quite customary way.
priekaištų susilaukė,
the
nėra tiek daug, bet tam tikrų
Jewish
galima
Council, the police had many more reproaches received, but Kadish was always free to leave the ghetto territory and was not always forced to wear the yellow star.
Jų fototechnika, taip pat
For example,
prisidėdamas
when he was repairing the photo equipment of the Nazis, of the Germans, and when he was doing many different other activities related to the video cameras and video equipment, he was also in parallel recording the life of the ghetto that was going on at the time. So he had many relations beyond the Kaunas Ghetto, and it's not sure how we would be able to track all this, but maybe we could have a glimpse at the time that existed beyond the boundaries of the ghetto, and it would be really fruitful and informative for us. Here you can see more photos of the Kaunas Ghetto.
Tai vėl sunku pasakyti, bet atrodo
Again, it's difficult to say which people are depicted here, but maybe again, this is the moment recorded from some higher perspective. They are not hiding, no one of them is hiding here. And the second, you can see the shadow in the first photo. This is Kadish himself. And in the second photo, the people are not hiding their faces. It doesn't correspond to the opinion of some scholars that everything was hidden. Still, it doesn't mitigate and diminish the risk taken by Kadish himself, neither the facts of the time. And it's very important to remember his relations, his links. I was sure that I would have more time and potential and possibilities to analyze his life in a broader manner, but here you can see more facts. He met Raya Kruk and they lived together, and Raya Kruk came to Kaunas from Klaipėda. Raya Kruk had written, and I found it out from my other colleagues who were writing about that period. So Raya Kruk depicted a relationship with the ghetto, and it turns out that it was romanticized in her memories. When it comes to Kadish himself, you wouldn't find this particular aspect in his stories. Of course, maybe we could analyze these pieces of information and we would see that they are really controversial. There's no consistency in those memories at all. And maybe there's no some finite possibility to do that after all. We shouldn't forget the ghetto police and Nazis, and indeed Kadish, as an underground photographer in Kaunas Ghetto, was recording the environment. It's also recorded by Judenrat, which also referred to Kadish as a photographer. Some sources say that Kadish had collected
pats slėpė Kauno
quite a number of films,
savo palikimą.
and he used to hide those video films, and he took them with himself when he fled to the USA. The other sources say that he was asked to do that, and he somehow corroborated with the ghetto police, or maybe with some other authorities. From the Nazis' perspective, there's the repetitive facts of biography that can be found in the archives, and that reveals the broader relationship between the Jews and the police, and that Kadish was really useful to those authorities, and Kadish was doing everything to prove him being useful for the authorities. This was really a possibility, an opportunity in a way to live more freely. When it comes to the Kaunas residents, this particular relationship can be tracked in a more difficult way. Vincas Ruzgis was living in Kaunas with his wife and his daughter, and he set up a hiding place at his house during the ghetto period. So Kadish left the ghetto, and he had an agreement with Vincas Ruzgis. And he was allowed to somehow had a hiding place at his house, at Vincas Ruzgis' house. And in 1944, after the children's campaign, the room of Kadish was entered by the Nazis, so Kadish fled, and he managed to avoid the tortures by the Nazis. Some sources say that people were interrogated to find out the hiding place of the secret photographer, and the authorities wanted to know and to learn who the photographer was, but Ruzgis and others didn't betray Kadish, so Kadish managed to fled, somehow to leave the territory, and he then lived with Raya, her mother, and the family of her sisters, Lata Silgalis. And they were all parts of the Jewish community at the time.
Jūs turite sesers dukros taip išliko.
The daughters, yes, the daughters survived.
Nesusitariu su aparatu. Aš galėjau jų užmigdyti? O, ačiū. Dar keletas fotografijų iš geto
There are several more photos from the life of Kaunas Ghetto, and they
fotografavimas ir toks, pakankamai atviras pozuojantys žmonės, ar ne, tai vėl mano kairėje būtų iš tikrųjų.
They depict very openly posing people, so I'm not sure about this secrecy of a photographer. On the other hand, on my right, if you were not aware of the context, you wouldn't think that this is the ghetto life, right? The moments of gardening. And maybe one could say that all these photos could be used by some people stating that the life in the Kaunas Ghetto was not that difficult, was not dangerous, because the photos are quite joyful, right? But Kadish's photos were used as illustrations without broader introductions, without preparations, and even based on the best intention, they could lead to many problems. On the one hand, the academic discussion, which is all right. On the other hand, to the inconsistencies that are a result of academic discussions. Here you can see the end of the massacre, the beginning of a new occupation. Some of them call it the rescue campaign. And here on the left, you can see the description from the newspaper from 1944 of the journalist Gar about the very tragic episode from Kaunas Ghetto. Here you can see Kadish as a journalist recording the life and cooperating with the media, with the newspapers and magazines. Again, his activity was a secret one. He used to pretend to be someone else. He was hiding his identity. He used to pretend to be a Pole so that no one can disclose his true name, his true identity. And then he used to work as a war journalist who was recording those horrors of the war. And now I need to end my presentation.
Laikraščio apačioje, kas buvo parašyta, žodžiu, foto Kadušino.
You can see what was written at the very end of this newspaper article, traces of the brown murderers, 2 images from the ghetto, which the Germans blew up and burned during their retreat, killing many people. What is important here? That he was a photographer and he found himself in different camps, and then using his own camera, he organized, he held his own exhibitions of his photos after he fled from Kaunas. The very first exhibition that was organized was then described and depicted in the Jewish language by Kadish. And although he was not associating himself with that language, all survivors afterwards were using this particular language as the main one. And Kadish was also using the Yiddish language. He switched himself to the collective hero by using the pronouns we and us, and he identified himself with the collective experience, becoming the voice of the whole Jewish community. After that, when he moved to the USA, and this slide is the most difficult one. So when he went to the USA, there were no more biographical facts left from that period. Only some indirect information about him can be found. And here, before his death, he was interviewed in 1997. So he left his witness statements, but his story, of course, depended on the interviewer, but the life in Kaunas was somehow suppressed, and he positioned himself and introduced himself as a fighter. And this is the word I began with. So he said he was fighting, he resisted, and the camera was a means of weapon to record the crimes of the Nazis. Thank you. He resisted, and the camera was a means of weapon to record the crimes of the Nazis. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very thorough presentation. Indeed, it's from Genesis and fixation. We have a very short question from the audience. It's a question-hypothesis. This paramilitary outfit of Kadish? Was it linked with his experience or just time? Symbolically, yes, it could be the matter of interpreting and interpretation, because, of course, the organization was quite military, but they didn't want to just not to repeat the general trend in outfit, because sometimes, of course, they needed to adapt and be successful in their outfit as well. Thank you very much. Without much delay, I invite esteemed Arūnas Bubnys, and the presentation will be about the Kaunas Ghetto Jews and Stutthof concentration camp. Dr. Arūnas Bubnys from the Lithuanian Genocide and Resistance Research Center. Are you okay with the sound? Yes. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to the organizers of the conference for inviting me to the international conference. My topic is about Kaunas Jews and Stutthof concentration camp, 1944-1945. Perhaps first of all, let me speak about Stutthof, the concentration camp. It was one of the most rude, about the worst concentration camps. During the concentration years, it was the symbol of concentration camps, because in that camp, mostly Lithuanian Jews were placed, and also ethnic Lithuanians were found there. The Stutthof concentration camp started to function in the second day of the war, second day of the Second World War, on the 2nd of September 1939, whereby 200 Polish prisoners were brought there. And from that time, Stutthof concentration camp is counting its history period. It ended, let me mention, symbolically, along with the end of the Second World War, on the 9th of May 1945. This place was found for this concentration camp not by coincidence, because it was placed 35 kilometers east from Gdańsk, and it was surrounded by water from three sides, the Baltic Sea, the Wisla River, and the Nogat River. Therefore, it was very difficult to access. The concentration camp was constantly developing. New barracks were built all the time, also new administration buildings were erected, and while on the 23rd of November 1941 it was visited by the head of German SS and commander of the police, Himmler, the rank of this concentration camp was increased, and it was extended to 20,000 prisoners. In 1942, it received the second rank of the camp. It meant that here the prisoners, the difficult prisoners were kept, but also the ones who could be corrected as well. So it was both concentration and correction camp in this context. If we spoke about the statistical data of this concentration camp, it is worthwhile mentioning that in the camp, during the entire period of existence, 120,000 prisoners were kept there during the entire period, and it is estimated that 80,000 people died there. Polish historian Marek Sorski, while checking and analyzing the prisoners, about 400 Lithuanians were kept there, and it was 28th place among all prisoners of Stutthof. 60,000 people were kept from Poland, 12,000 from Hungary, 6,000 from Latvia, and 5,000 from Germany. If we spoke about Lithuanians and Jews, they were being kept there for longer or shorter period, and more than 4,000 were kept in the Stutthof concentration camp. Getting back to the Kaunas Jewish community and Stutthof, it is worthwhile mentioning that at the eve of the war, at the beginning of 1941, according to the unofficial statistical data, 32,000 Jews were residing in Kaunas. At the end of the war, when Soviets on the 1st of August 1944 came into Kaunas, only 634 people of Jewish nationality were registered in Kaunas. Of course, it was not all of them, because part of them were yet present in Stutthof, Dachau, and other concentration camps, and part of them remained alive and got back to Lithuania, already occupied by Soviets, or they chose to stay in Europe and then emigrated to the different Western countries, including Palestine, to create the future state of Israel. So indeed, as you see, out of the 32,000 of people of Jewish nationality, only 2,000-3,000 could survive.
Dabar, jeigu grįžtant prie Kauno geto likvidavimo, tai
if we come back to the question of liquidation of the Kaunas Ghetto, it started on the 5th of July 1944. And the first large group on the 8th of July 1944 were brought by ships. Also on the 10th of July, another 900 Jews were transported out of Kaunas, and at the same time, also selection of prisoners to ghetto was taking place. People with disabilities, elderly people, and children were separated. They were brought to ghetto cemetery and shot down there immediately. Also, houses were exploded, some cellars were robbed, and out of Kaunas Ghetto at all, about 6,000-7,000 Jewish people were transported to the concentration camps. At the same time, about 1,000 was killed, and about 300 to 400 Jewish people could survive. It is worthwhile mentioning that both Lithuanian and Kaunas, in particular, Jewish people were brought not only from the territory of Lithuania, but also from intermediary concentration camps or temporary concentration camps in Estonia and Latvia. You know that at the end of 1943, a majority of Vilnius ghetto prisoners were brought to Latvia and Estonia in Vaivari and Kroga, and also on the Estonian territory. Part of them was placed close to Riga, and that was the concentration camp close to Riga. So people not only from Kaunas and Šiauliai liquidated ghettos were brought to the concentration camps, but also from the territories that were transported earlier from Estonia and Latvia. If we spoke about the Stutthof documents that remained, of course, that is not the a full archive, and it's not possible to calculate how many Lithuanian Jews and also Jews from Kaunas were brought to this concentration camp in Stutthof, because it was not always very exactly they were not always very precisely registered. Sometimes the data were lost not only because of some not precise registering, but also because of being in a hurry, because the Stutthof concentration camps was overloaded. For example, in registry books, while mentioning the place of residence, along with some Jewish families, it was not the place of residence, but the place of last concentration camp. So sometimes it was mentioned Estonia or Latvia or just a name of other concentration camp. It is also difficult to determine the amount of Jews because quite a few Jewish people brought from Kaunas had other citizenship. They used to live in other European countries before getting to Kaunas. So I will not go into any more details about the registry books of concentration camps and some other nuances. I'd like to just mention a couple of facts on how transportation from Lithuania was arranged, when and how many people were brought to Stutthof. The first transportation from Kaunas was in 1944 on the 12th of July. 282 persons were brought. They got numbers from 41 to 41, 62. On the 13th of July, 3,331 persons was brought from Kaunas. Their registration numbers did not also remain, but part of transportation papers left, where 500 people are mentioned. This and other lists enable us to think that not less than 3,000 people from that transportation were Lithuanian Jews. Transportation from Kaunas also took place on the 17th of July. On 19th of July, 2,500 more Lithuanian Jews were transported. And according to the sources, even without enough data, it is possible to conclude that out of 3,377 people of Jewish nationality, not less than 2,800 were residents of Lithuania. And the transportation from Kaunas or Šiauliai took place for the entire summer. Also at the beginning of autumn, deportation started from Estonia, where Lithuanian Jews were also kept. From the data that we possess, it is possible to conclude that about 8,800 Lithuanian Jews in July 1944 were transported to Stutthof and were kept there for longer or shorter period of time, approximately 8,800. So you can imagine the amount, and it is indeed impressive figure. It is important to mention that part of Lithuanian Jews brought to Stutthof were kept in Stutthof for a short period, because men from Kaunas and Šiauliai Ghetto were very quickly brought to Dachau concentration camp close to Munich. And here in Stutthof and close by areas, young women were mostly kept, as well as elderly people and children. And I'd like to just remind that about 1,000 of them were brought from Stutthof to Auschwitz concentration camp, and we can assume that they were killed there immediately.
We
research this topic together with my colleague historian Stanisław Buchaveckas, and according to our estimations that are not very exact, in 1944-1945, Stutthof concentration camp saw about 13,000 Lithuanian Jews being imprisoned there for shorter or longer period of time. It concerns Kaunas, Vilnius, and Šiauliai Ghetto, and people of Jewish nationality who were kept there and then brought to Stutthof. If we spoke about the conditions of imprisonment, I probably would repeat myself, saying that there was nothing special in inverted commas, because the conditions were horrible. It was also subject to physical work, to shooting, to epidemics that were also massively subject of death of prisoners. If we spoke about cases of death, the statistics also is very fragmented. But here, Agnieszka Klis and her research is very important, because she did lists of Stutthof concentration camp prisoners according to their nationality and according to the documents. It's obvious that not all documents are available, but according to Agnieszka Knish research, in 1943, 2 Lithuanian Jews died, because in 1943 Jews were not very numerous in Stutthof, and 87 Lithuanians, ethnic Lithuanians, died there in 1943. The situation changes very rapidly in summer and autumn 1944, where thousands of Jews from Vilnius and Kaunas and Šiauliai Ghetto are brought there. The research shows that through January through August 1944, in Stutthof, 35 Lithuanians and 64 Lithuanian Jews died there. And during October to November 1944, according to them, in Stutthof, during 2 months period, 45 Lithuanians and 132 Lithuanian Jews died, respectively. The data for the remaining period of existence of concentration camp from December 1945 by May 1945 are not announced, are not published. It means that Agnieszka Klis perhaps will succeed to find the data in the future and then research them. I mean the period from December 1944 to January to May 1945, from December 44 to May 1945 once again, because the evacuation of prisoners started later, by railway, by sea, by just walking and so on. And they were brought to German and in-depth European territory. And during this march of death, well, people were just walked by foot. Many people died just on the way. So the ones who could not walk, they were shot down by SS officers. No one researched the statistics, but it is known that this famous example that 880 people were in this first part, that was the famous Lithuanian group with Balys Sruoga, Alfonsas Lipniūnas, and others who were walked from the concentration camp. And during this walking, out of 880, only 200 remained. It means that either they were shot down or they died or left in the intermediary stops in, for example, villages and towns on the route, and they died there. So you can imagine what is the amount and what were the conditions for keeping of people during this during this walking, the March of Death. Rebecca Vaidovsky, born in 1900 in Kaunas, died. Prisoner number 46193. On the 23rd of July, Abraomas Levinsonas, born in 1884 in Kaunas. Prisoner number 50112, and Mendelis Rubinsteinas, born in 1886 in Kaunas. Prisoner number 5113. So you can see that people of elderly age mostly were dying first. The part of prisoners brought to Stutthof died immediately because from August 1944 in Stutthof also gas cameras were installed. So the ones who could not work, the elderly people who were not, so to say, capable of doing anything and were just consuming some food, they were simply sent to the gas camera immediately. I'd like to also remind that during the epidemics, also many prisoners died, especially in 1944. In the Jewish camp, there was epidemics during which hundreds of people died. Also, there were cases where officers were dying because of the epidemics. And the last period, liberating of the camp, and return of part of prisoners to Lithuania. I think it's a miracle that part of people who went through the Stutthof concentration camp were able to survive. And even after the Second World War, they were able to return to their homeland, also occupied by Soviets, and many of them were attempting and trying to get back to Lithuania. In the Special Archive of Lithuania and the respective documents, there were more than 32,000 cases in this archive. I went through all the cases from the first until the last. And according to the statistics that I collected, according to the data of cases, after the end of the Second World War, from Germany to Lithuania came not less than 1,733 Jewish people, 2,733. This is the statistics available in Lithuania, and of course we could then separate it from Kaunas, from Šiauliai, but it yet needs additional research, and it's quite probable that half of them, perhaps 1,500 out of 2,733, could be Jews from Kaunas. We don't know yet the amount of Jews who did not come back to the Soviet Lithuania, and those who remained in either European countries or then migrated further to the Americas and other continents. The Jews who came back to Lithuania from the concentration camp, not all of them returned back to the regular life, because the Soviet security were very suspicious about Jews. Even the fact of surviving needed separate research from the KGB point of view. Many released Jews imagined this liberation in a different manner, also as their behavior, because Red Army were very negative towards the Jews who survived. Also, women were raped. Some Jewish women were even trying to hide their nationality and identity. For example, Mina Ilem, after the liberation on the 31st of March 1945, pretended to be French because she knew the French language and did not disclose their identity. It is important to mention that the collection point of the liberated Jews were Tornau, Toruń in Polish, because of the important geographic position and a little part of destruction. There were important offices of Soviet security and army established. So the Jewish who survived were employed as secondary staff in the Soviet security and only then released to Lithuania. A part of Jewish who returned back to Lithuania were arrested and then convicted to different sentences. The Jewish who survived the German occupation and the ones who were serving either German police or local administration units, for example, Jugendrat, were especially prone to be arrested and get some sentences. The cases were very numerous. Because some sentences were just artificially applied. In 1948, a fight against cosmopolitanism started, and it is obvious, the signal is sent that Soviet security would be looking for Jews. We need to find Jews, we need to apply some sentences and then convict. So from 1950, there were very numerous cases. By 1950, no one was artificially looking and arresting Jews, and suddenly in 1950, the campaign starts in order to arrest and convict them. So Sarah Grossman was the very famous case in the Soviet Union that was artificially convicted of being like a leader of this barrack and cooperating with Nazis and so on. To sum up, I'd like to mention that topic of the Stutthof camp, although it is researched a lot, the scale of the tragedy is not yet opened to the Lithuanian society in full scope, so I think this is the large area of research for future historians, also the ones who research Holocaust and Lithuanian history during Nazi occupation in general. Thank you.
Ačiū labai, gerbiam Babynui. Palaukit, nepabėkit dar. I
have a couple of short questions for you. Overall, the reality in concentration camps, from the Lithuanian historical perspective, is it important? Yes, of course it is important. How would you describe it? I think that this Forest of Gods by Balys Sruoga, Dievų miškas, did a great impact on the after-war Lithuanian society and our knowledge about the concentration camp. Although the manner of his description was kind of sarcastic and some serious things were depicted with humor, so this reality was somehow camouflaged there. And no doubt that Stasys Yla is another work published. Now when we see the process of beatification of Algirdas Lipniūnas, the priest, the Stutthof topic is revived again. So I'd say that in the Lithuanian context it's the Jewish topic. No, not necessarily, not at all. I'd say that by now it was not a famous known fact that not only educated Lithuanian people were kept in Stutthof, but also that there were more Jews than ethnical Lithuanians kept in Stutthof. I think that was not quite well-known fact. And question from our audience: are there evidence from Kaunas Jews who survived Stutthof? Yes, but not very numerous. I have not found a lot of such evidence. And they, of course, collected in foreign languages and published, and perhaps not so much accessible to our Lithuanian readers in the Lithuanian language. I think research of German archives and also Holocaust Museum are necessary. We also have to work with materials that are available in Lithuania, because about 3,000 cases to work with. Although the information is very scarce and fragmented, there is still a lot of material to work on. So if there are no more questions, we will get back to you during the discussion part of our agenda. Thank you very much, Dr. Bubnys. And we are now going for lunch. The second part will be moderated by another colleague of mine. So thank you very much for the morning session, and see you later.
Laba diena, garbus ponai ir ponios.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. We have gathered for the conference to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the Kaunas Ghetto, and we'll discuss what we learned from then. Let's begin the next session of our conference, which is called Historical Memory of the Holocaust. We'll be honored by the presentations of 4 scientists, which will definitely be some food for thought and will allow us to go deeper in Shoah research. I will be moderating the second part of the conference. I'm the journalist, director, documentary, historical filmmaker. I've just come back from Germany, where concentration camps were located. I was looking for the traces of the Lithuanian Jews, and I participated in the specific expedition for that purpose. I tried to find the names of the people that were murdered and somehow switch and turn the history that was formulated by the Nazis. And I wanted to bring back the names to all those numbers that were attributed to the person. So let's discuss the catastrophe that fell on the Lithuanian Jewish community. One pattern really lets me down. I experienced that some institutions of memory have turned into the tourism institutions, and they really focus on customer service instead of going into research. So my sincere thanks to the organizers of this conference, to the Ninth Fort of Museum, and who gave their oath to never let go their thorough research. And now I want to give the floor to the first speaker, Professor Alvydas Nekžentaitis, who will be giving the presentation on the Holocaust in Lithuanian memory culture. And before that, I want to remind you that you can ask all the questions in the Slido platform. Please do not forget the QR codes. And now, Professor, the floor is yours.
Dėkoju konferencijos organizatoriam, kad jūs organizuojate tokius dalykus ir irgi prisijungiu prie.
I want to thank the organizers of this conference, and I want just to add to the thanks that were voiced earlier. Today, let me speak of how Lithuania remembers Holocaust in particular, the situation that we find ourselves today. And at the very end, I want to discuss the tasks that we need to carry out to research this field of memory. I would like to start my presentation with a perhaps debatable thesis. The Holocaust in Lithuania today has become an integral part of the culture of memory. This is evidenced not only by the legally established calendar of commemorative days in Lithuania, in which days commemorating the Holocaust have found a place, but also by the laws prohibiting the propagation of symbols of the Soviet and Nazi ideologies. Unfortunately, there is still no Holocaust museum in Lithuania, but there are many memorial sites commemorating this tragedy. Officially, the state also funds certain institutions that promote the memory of the Holocaust, which is where this conference is being held today. However, the most important sign that the Holocaust is part of Lithuania's culture of remembrance is the public sensitivity that has emerged to the subject. And I find it a pleasure that the organizers of this conference are not professional historians, but the journalists, and your personal attendance. The moderation of this session is the confirmation of this sensitivity I referred to. As in any democratic society, there is no absolute unanimity of opinion on this issue, and the recurrent anti-historical speculations on the Holocaust by individual Lithuanian politicians testify to the fragility of the consensus reached among the cultural and political elites and the most important media outlets. The very fact of the Holocaust's entrenchment in Lithuanian memory culture dictated the structure of this presentation. The first parts will be devoted to the evolution of the memory of the Holocaust in Lithuania, focusing on the reasons for the rejection or ignorance of the tragedy of the Holocaust in Lithuanian society, followed by a discussion of the reasons for the transformation of that memory, and concluding with a proposed plan of action for the future. Let's begin this part of the presentation by identifying the relative stages of the transformation of Holocaust memory. There have been at least 4 of them since the restoration of statehood in Lithuania in 1990 until today. The 4th one has started very recently. The period from 1990 to 1995 would be the time of Lithuania's first encounters with the Holocaust. In this period, from the very beginning, it's evident that the political elite of the restored Lithuania were aware of the importance of the Holocaust as a political problem. This is evidenced by a whole series of laws that established the commemoration of the Holocaust in Lithuania in the calendar of commemorative days, and the formal condemnation of the Holocaust as a crime against humanity. In the first years of independence, the main problems and conflicts of Lithuanian society's memory related to the issue of the Holocaust also emerged. For example, after announcing a massive rehabilitation process for victims of Soviet repression, the Lithuanian political leadership did not even attempt to carry out an elementary audit of whether there were any Lithuanians who had participated in the Holocaust in Lithuania among the rehabilitated persons. Such decisions based on emotions are historically understandable in the light of the situation at the time, but they cannot be justified in any way. The reckless legal actions of the Lithuanian state also marked the first major international conflict of memory centered on the Holocaust. At the end of the first phase, an even greater public debate on the Holocaust was sparked when, in 1995, the President of the Republic of Lithuania, Algirdas Brazauskas, apologized in the Israeli Knesset on behalf of the Lithuanian nation for the participation of some Lithuanians in the Holocaust. The cause of the debate, or rather the almost universal condemnation of President Brazauskas for this politically correct step, clearly showed that the majority of Lithuanian society doesn't really understand the extent of the Holocaust as a tragedy of Lithuanian society, but at the same time, it's also formulated tasks for the future, in particular by stressing the importance of scientific research on the Holocaust in Lithuania. The period of 1996 to 2005 was characterized in particular by an intensification of research. Already at the end of the previous phase, and especially during this period, scientific conferences on the Holocaust in Lithuania were launched. It's difficult to imagine today, but some of them, such as the one in Nida in 1996, were held under police protection. These obviously excessive security measures at the time only testified how difficult the situation with Holocaust research in Lithuania was back then. It should be noted that the establishment of the International Commission for the Assessment of the Crimes of the Nazi and Soviet occupation regimes in Lithuania in 1998, rather than a conference, is considered a turning point in the field of research. The commission, established on the initiative of President Valdas Adamkus, initiated systematic research on the Holocaust in Lithuania, and this initiative led to the launch of research on the Holocaust as well as on the history of the Jews by other Lithuanian research and study institutions. For example, around the year of 2000, systematic research on Jewish history was initiated at the Lithuania Historical Institute and a little later at the Faculty of History of Vilnius University. These efforts culminated in the collective monograph, Lithuanian Jews, which is also considered to be the first synthesis of the history of Jews in Lithuania, initiated by Lithuanian historians. At the end of this phase, around 2 2004, 2005, the entire Lithuanian culture of memory was transformed, pushing aside the golden age of Lithuania's Grand Dukes and bringing the theme of World War II and the 20th century's resistance to the Soviets to the foreground. This change of emphasis naturally brought the issue of the Holocaust in Lithuania into focus. The third and very significant period started in 2006 and culminated in 2016. This period was characterized primarily by educational initiatives on the subject of the Holocaust, of which the initiative of the Vilnius Gaon Jewish Museum to prepare an atlas of the Holocaust in Lithuania is worth mentioning. The public initiative Names, born in Vilnius and later spread throughout Lithuania, aimed at honoring the memory of the victims of the Holocaust in Lithuania, and the project of the Lithuanian Center for Genocide and Resistance, called The Names of the Victims of the Holocaust Are Alive, was launched in 2014 to mark the sites of the massacres of the Holocaust victims. The most resonant events were two other events that seem to have clearly demonstrated a fundamental change in society's relationship to the Holocaust. These include a broad public discussion on Rūta Vanagaitės book, Mūsiškiai, in 2016, and Molėtai Memory March, initiated by Lithuanian writer Marius Ivaškevičius in the same year. The large participation of Lithuanians of Lithuanian origin in this event, and especially the positive media coverage, clearly testified to the fact that the Holocaust as a tragedy for Lithuania as a whole had begun to be perceived by a large number of Lithuanians, and that the year of 2016 could be seen as a kind of a turning point in the debate on the significance of the Holocaust that had been going on for more than 25 years. The years that followed didn't bring any significant changes in the Lithuanian attitude towards the Holocaust. Given the apparent change in the attitude of a significant part of the Lithuanian society towards the Holocaust, it's appropriate to first discuss the reasons for the rejection of the Holocaust in Lithuania. And there are at least three reasons for not accepting the Holocaust. After Lithuania regained its independence, the level of public knowledge about the Holocaust was quite low. Although a large part of the Lithuanian population had heard something about this tragedy, many people were very comfortable believing Soviet propaganda that the Nazis killed Soviet citizens and not Jews. The second reason is that the victim complex that dominated Lithuanian society at that time was typical of all post-communist societies, which could not tolerate any competition from other national groups. And the third reason was that Lithuanian nationalism, which was revived by the cause of liberation from the Soviet Union, and which could not tolerate any criticism from outside, resulted in that the first statements by representatives of the Simon Wiesenthal Center about Lithuanian participation in the Holocaust were met with an exclusively negative reception and contributed in no small part to the complete disengagement of Lithuanian society from this subject for several decades. This was not an exceptional Lithuanian reaction, by the way. The attitude of the Polish public towards the Holocaust was not changed to the negative side by the fact that Poles participated in the Holocaust in the town of Jadwabne, but by the fact that this event became very loudly discussed in Poland after the publications of Tomasz Gross, A Stranger. Having discussed the main obstacles that prevented the Holocaust from being accepted as a Lithuanian tragedy, it's worth turning to the reasons for the transformation. I think that the following factors played an important role in the Lithuanian attitude towards the Holocaust. First of all, the efforts of some Lithuanian luminaries such as Tomas Venclova or Antanas Terleckas to talk about this problem. Also, non-public pressure, soft pressure from foreign partners, in particular as Lithuania prepared to join organizations such as the EU and NATO, whose founding values were based on the memory of the Holocaust. Also, the aforementioned transformation of Lithuanian public memory around the year of 2005 and its focus on the narratives of the loss of independence and the struggle to regain it. And the fourth is that subjective factors as the creation of economic prosperity in Lithuania, which has eliminated violence as a solution to various problems. The relationship of Lithuanian society to the Holocaust can be cautiously regarded as a kind of success story today. In fact, three elements without which it would be difficult to imagine a process of overcoming a difficult past are already functioning successfully in Lithuania today. In my opinion, the Holocaust in Lithuania has been well researched as a scientific problem. The Jewish tragedy in Lithuania has already become an important object of educational projects. Memory institutions such as the Vilnius Gaon Jewish Museum, the Kaunas Ninth Fort Museum, and the educational projects of the International Commission on the Crimes of the Nazi and Soviet regimes have been quite successful. Perhaps at the institutional level, there is still a lack of a special Holocaust museum in Lithuania, the establishment of which was discussed at the level of the Lithuanian government several years ago. However, there are still many challenges to be overcome. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to discuss some of the problems, some future problems, during this conference. In my opinion, the biggest challenges for the future are at least these three. First of all, the history of the Jews, including the progress, has not yet fully become part of the Lithuanian history. This statement is quite well illustrated by the memoirs of Anna Frank, a girl from the Netherlands, which were used in Lithuanian history textbooks until recently to illustrate the horror of the Holocaust. Maybe it's all right, but perhaps this thoughtless choice of text may only reinforce the impression that the Holocaust is an important topic in European history, but not necessarily in Lithuanian history.
The
second fundamental obstacle is to be tackled, and which will require huge efforts, is that the dominant concept of patriotism in Lithuania has been well developed. It's essentially nationalistically egoistic. To this day, the heroes of those who claim to be Lithuanian patriots are people such as Juozas Krištaponis, who took part in the guerrilla war against the Soviets. But during the war, took part in the massacre of Jews in Belarus. Or let's remember Kazys Škirpa, who contributed to the creation of the ideology of the Holocaust in Lithuania, and who is also considered to be one of the founders who prepared the ground for the Holocaust in Lithuania. And thirdly, this leads to another task, which should aim at overcoming both totalitarianisms and trying to reconcile the figures of the memory of Gulag and the Holocaust. Although these processes are already taking place in Europe and in Lithuania, the way in which this objective is being pursued, at least here, is certainly open to criticism. For example, the Commission set up by a resolution of the Seimas, instead of initiating discussions on painful issues of the past, makes administrative decisions without clarifying them. This way of acting is likely to reinforce a reaction of rejection in society, which could have very serious consequences, including in the process of finally overcoming the problem of the Holocaust, or in the repetition of the German bureaucratic overcoming of the communist past, which is far from being a role model. It should be noted that the problem of overcoming the legacy of the two international regimes is not only a problem for Lithuania or Germany, but also, to some extent, for Israel. Conflicts of memory have increasingly moved into the international arena in recent decades. Debates in one country about the past are followed in other countries, and often only overcoming the crimes of one regime while ignoring the crimes of the other provides additional arguments for the proponents of a narrowly conceived patriotism to do the same in Lithuania and in other countries. Thank you so much for listening. Professor, please don't leave. We have questions from the audience. We have one question in the Slido platform. What can Lithuanians do to teach the balance between the pride of one's country and this and feeling of guilt? Well, based on different sources, there's a past of overcoming this experience of the Holocaust. And when we compare ourselves with German society, which really needed some external repression so that society acknowledges the Holocaust, then this process of overcoming needed one generation, and Germany needed 2 generations at least. So this process of overcoming was really paced, and it shows the reactions of society to the process of overcoming, and shows the successful results of that process. Another example witnessed by the Lithuanian past or Polish past that can be compared with the problems of overcoming, let's say, in Ukraine, means that we need to realize, and here I'm referring to the international experts, that the problems such as overcoming the Holocaust as a problem of society is first of all the problem of society themselves, the society that needs to find the strength to overcome it. And we need to provide some help in the circle of experts, including the external help from some strangers, let's say outsiders, but it strengthens the image of an enemy. At the same time, it gives strength to overcome this past. And let's say in 1990, let's not forget the role of Wiesenthal when it was about the same issues, but I think it's more important to observe how this process shifted its trajectory in Poland. It served as an example for other countries as to how difficult problems can be tackled and overcome. And let's see, Gross, despite not being an outsider in Polish society, still it somehow harmed the Polish society, despite the Holocaust research and so on. And now the situation in Poland doesn't serve as an example to follow. We as experts always want there to be someone to take over the process. But at the same time, let's not damage all good processes that are on the way. Let's be patient and let's be proud of the fact that we took those huge steps in a recorded short period of time. And maybe it will take several more generations to overcome the past, because it relates to the education of the Holocaust as the crimes against humanity. It's about empirical, about human understanding, and about human traits. But let's not try to artificially accelerate all those processes, because it will bring more harm than benefit in that case. Thank you so much.
Director of the Lithuanian Institute of History, Professor Alvydas Nikžentaitis, and his presentation, The Holocaust in the Lithuanian Memory Culture. And now we'll speak about the Holocaust Remembrance in Poland, and we will have Dr. Małgorzata Pakier, European Network of Remembrance and Solidarity from Poland.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me to the conference. My presentation is about the Holocaust memory in Poland, and let me start with a short presentation of my professional engagement with the subject of Holocaust memory. I initially focused my research, academic research, on the memory of the Holocaust in Poland and Germany, as well as the question of Europeanization. Following this, I contributed to the development of the scholarly department at the Polin Museum of the History of Polish Jews, and currently I am the head of the scholarly department at the European Network Remembrance and Solidarity, which focuses on the history of European totalitarianisms in the 20th century. In both institutions, I have implemented various outreach programs, including public debates on historical topics. My experience thus spans both academic and public engagement realms. This dual focus has allowed me to bridge academic research and public history, focusing on popularizing historical knowledge and engaging with public discourse. In my presentation, I will provide an overview of Polish memory of the Holocaust, necessarily simplifying in some areas, but I will focus on what I find most interesting in terms of developments and challenges in this field. First, characteristics and stages of the Polish discourse on the Holocaust. Polish memory of the Holocaust has evolved over the years, reflecting changing political, social, and cultural contexts. Between 1945 and 1989, communist propaganda primarily focused on heroic narratives of the Polish nation's struggle against the Nazi occupiers and national martyrdom. The memory of the Holocaust was often integrated into a broader context of the sufferings endured by the entire Polish nation during the war, potentially diminishing the focus on the specific experiences of Jews. Publications, historical education, and media controlled by state censorship portrayed the Holocaust as part of a broader narrative of German occupation, emphasizing Polish heroism and resistance. This approach aimed not only to memorialize the victims, but also to mobilize the nation and strengthen its national identity in opposition to the occupier. It was a memory overshadowed by both World War II and the ongoing Cold War. The 1970s and 1980s witnessed a growing interest in Holocaust issues among opposition circles and intellectuals in Poland. Movements like the Workers' Defense Committee, KOR, played a pivotal role in opening up debates on the Holocaust and Polish-Jewish relations. An example of this growing discourse was the article by Jan Błoński, Poor Poles Look at the Ghetto, published in 1987. The 1989 and the post-communist transformation brought a significant shift in Polish Holocaust memory, marked by greater openness, access to historical archives, and intellectual discourse. These developments have contributed to a deeper understanding and wider public discussion of the complexities surrounding Polish-Jewish relations, including themes of complicity, resistance, and the broader context of World War II. Research on the Holocaust in Poland since 1989 has undergone significant development, especially with the following changes. Polish historians gained expanded access to archives that were previously inaccessible both within Poland and internationally, facilitating more comprehensive research. Additionally, new methodological approaches emerged in Polish historiography, including social history, microhistory, and local histories, focusing on the experiences of Jews in specific cities, villages, and regions, and resulting in numerous monographs. Researchers explored diverse themes, including daily life in ghettos, escape and hiding, resistance efforts, post-war survivor experiences, and the socio-economic impacts of the Holocaust. Concurrently, studies on social and cultural memories developed, and the Holocaust became a frequent subject of research for scholars beyond the historical discipline, including those in sociology, cultural studies, anthropology, and psychology. Within this, especially the topic of Polish-Jewish relations during the Holocaust became a significant area.
Šioje srityje ypač svarbi tapo Lenkų ir Žydų santykių per Holokaustą tema, nagrinėjant ne tik pagalbos ir bendradarbiavimo veiksmus, bet ir konfliktus, o vis dažniau ir bendrininkavimo veiksmus. Apie Lenkijos atsakomybę ir dalyvavimą Holokauste rašė pavyzdžiui Janas Tomašas Grosas, Barbara Engelking, Jacek Leociak ar Jan Grabowski, kurių publikacijos dažnai paskatindavo diskusijas visoje šalyje. Holokausto tyrimų institucionalizavimas augo, kuriant ir steigiant tokias institucijas kaip Žydų istorijos institutas, Lenkijos mokslo akademijos holokauste tyrimų centras ir vis daugiau tyrimų centrų visoje Lenkijoje. Lenkijos holokausto tyrimai sulaukė didesnio tarptautinio pripažinimo ir bendradarbiavimo. Buvo užmegzti ryšiai su tokiomis institucijomis kaip Yad Vashem ir JAV holokausto memorialiniu muziejumi. Todėl buvo rengiami bendri projektai ir publikacijos. Tuo pat metu augo susidomėjimas žydų istorija ir kultūra kaip neatsiejama Lenkijos paveldo dalimi. Krokuvoje, Liubline ir Varšuvoje vyko daugybė žydų kultūros festivalių, kurių kulminacija tapo Lenkijos žydų istorijos muziejaus Polin įkūrimas Varšuvoje. Jau kelerius metus Varšuvos geto sukilimo metinės yra tapusios pagrindiniu istoriniu minėjimu Lenkijos sostinėje. Šis įvykis minimas tiek oficialių lygmenių, dalyvaujant valstybės atstovams, tiek plačiai įsitraukiant Varšuvos gyventojams. Pavyzdžiui, Polin muziejaus organizuojama narcizų akcija. Galima sakyti, kad holokaustas ir Lenkijos žydų istorija užėmė tvirtą vietą Lenkijos visuomenės atmintyje. Vis dėlto reikšmingas šio proceso aspektas, ypač po 1989 metų, buvo konfliktai ir kontroversijos, kuriuos paprastai inicijuodavo kokia nors reikšminga knyga, filmas ar politinis įvykis. Pastaraisiais metais dar vienas ryškus tokių sunkumų problemų pavyzdys yra ginčai susiję su tokiais teisės aktais kaip IPN įstatymas. Taip pat jie susiję su kitomis politinėmis iniciatyvomis darančiomis poveikį istoriografijai.
Reactionary statements, often with an anti-Semitic tone, and frequently opposing the evolving European standard of Holocaust remembrance, which Poland has become a part of, can be interpreted on the one hand as an inability of Polish memory to commemorate Holocaust victims and to cope with the difficult role of its witnesses. On the other hand, they can be understood following Polish scholar Bartosz Korzeniewski through the lens of compensation theory. According to him, the evolution of Polish memory after 1989 is non-linear, marked by responses meant to counteract earlier stages of the processes. The pluralization, privatization, and demythologization of memory in the first 2 decades of post-communist transformation had been deeply rooted in cultural shifts such as the increasing individualism, diversity, differentiation, globalization, and European integration. These changes provoked reactions that can be described as compensatory. Korzeniewski references here German philosophers Odon Markat and Hermann Lube, who argued that the turn towards history in the 20th century was a response to the alienation caused by rapid modernization. Similarly, the rapid changes in Polish collective memory after 1989 have triggered compensatory reactions. Now I turn to the second point of my presentations about the opposition between apologetic narratives and critical narratives and possibility of going beyond this polarization of memory discourse. In the context of Holocaust memory in Poland, there exists a tension between apologetic narratives and critical narratives. Apologetic narratives often seek to highlight the suffering of the Polish nation during World War II and emphasize Polish heroism and victimhood. These narratives tend to minimize or overlook the complicity of some Poles in the persecution and murder of Jews. On the other hand, critical narratives tend to highlight the previously overlooked and silenced instances of collaboration, anti-Semitism, and the atrocities committed by Poles against Jews. Initially dominated by apologetic narratives, the public discourse in Poland shifted notably towards critical perspective with the publication of Jan Tomasz Gross's works like Neighbors and Fear and other mentioned here. However, the dynamics can also go in the opposite direction, where apologetic narratives serve as defensive strategies against what is perceived by more conservative segments of the society as the dominant discourse. The 2018 EPN law exemplifies such a response at the political level aimed at protecting a particular historical narrative from criticism. Setting aside judgments about the penalization of historical publications, this legislation was particularly sensitive to issues such as the use of the term Polish camps, which many Poles saw as inaccurately attributing responsibility for Nazi concentration camps that were located in occupied Poland. That said, I would like to focus now on two non-binary, in my view, concepts in the field of Polish Holocaust memory studies, namely the non-sites of memory by Roma Sendyka and the awkward objects by Erika Lehrer, as they offer profound insights into the complexities of the social and psychological processes of the Holocaust remembrance in Poland, and so they go beyond the ideological polarization of the discourse as presented earlier. Roma Sendyka, in her concept of non-sites of memory, explores places that are not officially commemorated but hold historical and emotional significance. Together with a group of researchers, Aleksandra Janus, Karina Jarzyńska, Jakub Muchowski, and Aleksandra Szczepan, but also artists and practitioners, she conducted in years 2016-2020 an interdisciplinary research project on commemorated genocide sites and their impact on collective memory, cultural identity, ethical attitudes, and intercultural relations in contemporary Poland. She focuses there on spaces that remain outside official memory discourse, yet are important to local communities or witnesses of events. Sendyka examines how these places function in collective memory, the emotions and memories associated with them, and how they can be integrated into broader contexts of historical memory and education about the past. The non-sites of memory she is interested in include unmarked graves and mass burial sites throughout Poland and Eastern Europe that lack monuments or plaques but hold deep meaning for local residents. Also, ruins and remnants of former ghettos, execution sites like fields, forests, or other areas where mass executions of Jews and other victims took place during World War II, unmemorialized labor and transit camp sites, as well as ruins of Jewish life before the Holocaust, neglected Jewish cemeteries, often overgrown and forgotten, or houses and buildings belonging to murdered Jews. All of these are places associated with human death, writes Sendyka, but ones that are hidden, repressed from public discussion, bypassed, that resist symbolization, lacking tombstones, monuments, or plaques, and are not openly incorporated into communal and cultural memory circuits. The fundamental characteristic is the absence of any or correct, appropriate information, forms of material commemoration, plaques, monuments, museums, demarcation of such area, indicating its extent. The significance of these locations is unclear, yet the impact is so evident that despite the lack of clear symbolic markers referring to their past, they do not fade into complete oblivion. Thus, these are spaces that are unmarked and not ritually commemorated. However, they are seen and unseen simultaneously, absent yet felt. Sendyka highlights this aspect of Polish social memory where forgetfulness is integrally linked with memory. The apparent lack of commemoration, the silence, directs us to the intense emotions associated with the past, through which the difficult witnessing of the Holocaust remains present in Polish society. What is important, though, is that this phenomenon is more palpable at the level of local social dynamics, unperturbed by universalizing cultural and political narratives. Similarly, Canadian-Polish scholar Erika Leire, in her concept of awkward objects, explores items associated with difficult histories, particularly related to the Holocaust and historical Polish-Jewish relations. These objects, often controversial and discomforting, play a crucial role in the process of commemoration and historical education. Leire emphasizes that such objects compel reflection on complex histories, aid in understanding multifaceted narratives of the past, and can serve as tools for fostering dialogue among diverse social groups. Examples of such awkward objects include figurines depicting Jews with coins, which are popular souvenirs in Poland and that evoke controversy due to perpetuating stereotypes, yet are part of folk culture and tradition. Folk art portraying Jews, like sculptures or paintings depicting Jews in stereotypical ways, serving as both folkloric expressions and carriers of anti-Semitic imagery. Artifacts from Holocaust sites, like fragments of materials, personal items, and artifacts found at sites of mass atrocities, eliciting strong emotions and controversy regarding their display and interpretation. Or memorabilia from former ghettos, various everyday objects left behind by ghetto inhabitants, considered important historical artifacts that also provoke ethical discussions about their treatment. Leire examines the ambiguous emotional relationships that witnesses who have preserved these items or coped with them have maintained with the past through their mediation. Incorporating these two concepts into Holocaust memory in Poland can help address the limitations of traditional binary narratives. It allows for a more honest and multifaceted engagement with the past, acknowledging complex situational contexts and nuanced historical attitudes. Thank you very much.
Thank
you very much. We've heard the presentation of Dr. Małgorzata Pakier from Holocaust Remembrance in Poland, European Network of Remembrance and Solidarity from Poland. The ones of you who follow our agenda, perhaps you noted that there were some corrections or changes in it, to be more exact. But no one escaped from the agenda. Just for some technical reasons, we swapped our presenters. And also, I'd like to remind you that questions to our presenters can be asked through Slido app. And the ones who also follow can use the Slido app or comments at YouTube channel. And now we give the floor to our next presenter, Dr. Jana Primachenko from National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. The topic of the presentation is Babyn Yar after Bucza, the Russian-Ukrainian War and Holocaust Memory in Ukraine. Hello. Are you with us?
Ar turite iš auditorijos kas klausimų, poniai Malgožatai Paker? Jeigu ne, mes turbūt norime.
Do you have any questions to Dr. Malgorzata Paker? In absence of such, thank you very much for taking part in our conference.
I can't hear, I'm sorry, I can't hear the translation into English, so I'm not quite sure what you are saying right now.
No, I was saying just wanted to say thank you for your participation in this conference, and as long as we don't have further questions, so just want to say hello to you and thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
So now indeed we give the floor to Dr. Yana Primachenko from the Ukrainian National Academy of Sciences, and the topic of the presentation is Babyn Yar after Bucza, the Russian-Ukrainian War and Holocaust Memory in Ukraine. Are you with us? All right then. So let's swap our presenters once again, and let's get back to our original order. I give the floor to Dr. Hector Vitkus from the Klaipėda University, and he will deliver the presentation Holocaust History Education Traditional Models and or New Opportunities. Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. After such changes, finally, I was given the floor. And I also noted that in Slido application, someone was missing me, and I already got some questions in the Slido app, therefore. But I'm here, I'm safe and sound, ready to deliver my presentation and talk about Holocaust history education. The topic of this presentation about Holocaust history education is a kind of working topic. I am not educator of Holocaust. Let me be frank with you. I research on Holocaust in Lithuania and beyond. But during my career, I also worked as lecturer, as a researcher, and I had to deal with different basis and results of education about the Holocaust, not only about students at higher universities or schools, but also about the context of our society, because I deliver public lectures and I just follow and see the reaction of some of the participants to my lectures. We'll speak not only about Holocaust history education as the process or formation of formation of certain skills and abilities. In 2016, in the guidelines published by the International Commission for the Evaluation of the Crimes of the Nazi and Soviet occupation regimes in Lithuania, the following imperatives are formulated for those teaching the topic of Holocaust. Why, what, and how should one teach the Holocaust and about the Holocaust? There are some imperatives. First of them, it should be studied because it is one of the dangers to the society, and such possibilities enable to analyze the dangers of remaining silent or indifferent in the face of oppression. The second imperative is to provide more knowledge about the unprecedented mass extermination of people, to preserve the memory of the people who suffered, to encourage reflection on the moral and spiritual questions that arise when analyzing the topic of the Holocaust, and to discuss how they fit in the modern world. Understanding the models and new possibilities of Holocaust history education would lack completeness without raising the question of the possibilities of empathy for the Holocaust experience. As you know, Holocaust education is usually defined not only as a set of systems for transmitting actual knowledge and memories about the Holocaust, but also as a certain form of official memorial culture that demonstrates the relationship of society and the state with experience of the Holocaust. Meanwhile, the very concept of empathy is related to the social and moral competences of the society. Could be solidarity, empathy, compassion. Therefore, understanding significance for Holocaust education is much more complicated. Paraphrasing the topic of Holocaust education researcher Arthur Chapman, Holocaust education is not only teaching the public about the Holocaust, but also forming public competences to learn from the Holocaust. There are several types of educational models. First is controlled by state institutions. In this context, Holocaust education is an element of history policy supervised by the state or authorities. This model of Holocaust education is not pluralistic and not focused on critical reflection. It is focused on the introduction of politically oriented values and ideological attitudes. Second is not controlled by state institutions when Holocaust education is entrusted to public organizations, and this is ensured by the state policy, respectively. Researchers of Holocaust education in Lithuania usually distinguish civil, social, cultural, ethical, religious or moral, and psychological Holocaust education strategies. Therefore, the paradigms of Holocaust education models can be very diverse. For example, according to some researchers, today Lithuania adheres to the attitude of using Holocaust education not only as a principle of tolerance for the Jewish national religious minority, but also as a principle of education for fellow citizens, for peers. It is assumed that in this way, Holocaust education will help to develop the tolerance of the majority of society towards other national, ethnic, religious communities or social groups. The latter position allows us to state that the possibilities of Holocaust education in Lithuania are also perceived as prerequisites for tolerance to the memory of the Holocaust. Let us analyze how such access was formed. Not too many facts, because they are quite well known to our audience, especially because during one of the presentations some factors have already been enumerated today. But let me mention some most important moments. 2000, whereby we started the State Holocaust Education Program, and all ministries of the Republic of Lithuania and many public organizations participated in the coordination and implementation of the projects. Since 2002, to be more exact, 27th of January 2002, which is International Holocaust Remembrance Day, the practice of annually organizing International Holocaust Remembrance Day has become established in Lithuania. Then it switched to the 23rd of September. The main to be mentioned, since 2002, the Lithuanian authorities has become the real member of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, IHRA, a task force for international cooperation on Holocaust education, remembrance and research was established. With this effort with efforts of this organization, recommendations were prepared and improved. Why, what, and how to teach about the Holocaust. And then International Commission for the Evaluation of the Crimes of the Nazi and Soviet occupation regimes established in Lithuania also became part of this initiative. From theory, let us turn to the practical aspects. Programs and vectors that are used in Lithuania remained unchanged. We oriented to other countries to best practices of our foreign colleagues that are conceptualized in 2019 with the International Alliance or International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, and this is also linked with the European Parliament resolution on anti-Semitism and Nazism. What are the vectors and what happened with us? And there are also some problematic questions. How it is formulated there? Why do you need to teach about the Holocaust? What is attempted to be taught? So the never again, nie wieder. We don't have to forget the victims of the Holocaust. We need to also remember that this is unprecedented case of kill all European Jews. It is process, not only event, that could have been opposed to. Yet another, the Holocaust demonstrates the role of historical, social, religious, and economic factors in the destruction of democratic values and human rights. So in this case, Holocaust history education is an opportunity to explain and analyze the decisions made or not made by many people in the face of the crime. Holocaust history education in this context can help develop skills to recognize ideological and political manipulation. For example, Holocaust history reveals the manifestation and effects of prejudices such as xenophobia, anti-Semitism, and racism. In the part about definitions, why and what should be taught about the Holocaust. Again, there are some traditional definitions that are presented, that there are some education models, that the system should be flexible, should be contemporary, also should emphasize on political and cultural reasons or genesis of genocide, what were the milestones, why people participated and contributed to the Holocaust, why and how the genocide was resisted to. In the part on how should we teach about the Holocaust, there is a space. There is maneuvering space. Should we increase factual knowledge on how to orientate the recipient in the abundance of factual material and oriented himself to what is the most important? Because there is a lot of material. What is most important? Or should we, on the other hand, encourage learning to critically evaluate the actual facts of the Holocaust, assumptions, causes, progress, and consequences, and to be able to extrapolate it to today's processes? Let's analyze the usual or traditional models of education about the Holocaust. First, and utmost well known is increasing factual knowledge about the Holocaust, using primary sources, scientific historiography, self or ego documents, and other content of similar nature. Second is linking the Holocaust to anti-Semitism. The educational imperative that the underlying premise of the Holocaust was anti-Semitism. Third topic, or option of this variant, is integration of the experiences of Holocaust survivors through ego documents that allow us to see the Holocaust through the eyes of the victims or survivors. Yet another model is explication of the general circumstances, causes and consequences of the Holocaust in local contexts, understanding the specifics of Nazi Germany and its occupied and satellite countries. Yet another model is humanization of Holocaust victims, which is emphasized by very well-known pedagogue Vytautas Toleikis, according to whom moving away from numbers and turning to personalities should be implemented. Yet another model is the righteous people of the world and their individualization, analysis and reflection of the motives of their choice to save. Also, silent observers model, sympathizers and perpetrators of the Holocaust, emotive analysis and individualization. So there are, as you see, many options of teaching. What is missing in these models? In my opinion, post-war period is missing here. For example, answers to questions: what happened to Holocaust survivors? What happened to the initiators and perpetrators of the Holocaust? What happened to the Jewish saviors? How was the life of the silent observers? How did the Soviet regime retouch the Holocaust? Why was the society of Western countries silent for a long time? Yet another underdeveloped topic is underdeveloped responsibility. Perhaps some lessons from historical strike between 1986 to 1987. That was the historical strike by historians, whereby the question was risen: there is no collective guilt, but there is no collective responsibility. This is the topic of Jürgen Habermas, his thoughts, and also other participants to this discussion. The topic of Holocaust denial is not updated, and there is a certain dilemma. What is more dangerous? Denial of the Holocaust as a fact or distortion of the history of the Holocaust? Manipulative access. What about access? And today it is quite obvious. Some researchers analyzing Holocaust education state that the reaction of some societies in Western countries to ambiguous events of the 7th of October 2023 and Israel's response is directly related to manipulative interpretations of the Holocaust stories and its alternatives.
Alternatyviosiomis Holokausto istorijomis.
Here I'd like to also talk about the last topic of my presentation, which is about new opportunities for Holocaust education. What are the new opportunities about teaching Holocaust? What platforms should be used in that? What assumptions have I made? On the 26th of September 2023, in one of the Zoom platforms, we saw the presentation, the Babyn Yar Holocaust Memorial Center, the East European Holocaust Studies Journal, the Center for the Holocaust Studies Leibniz Institute for Zeitgeschichte and the Federal Agency for Civil Education organized roundtable academic discussion, Holocaust Education in the period of the Russian war in Ukraine. It analyzed the necessity and possibilities of rethinking the established models of the Holocaust education. According to the participants, the Holocaust education models encourage rethinking the large-scale war started by Russia on the 24th of February 2022, which is already a crime in itself, and Russian war crimes at all that are taking place by now. In their presence, the educational leitmotifs of Holocaust history, such as never again, nie wieder, seem to have experienced a devaluation. The question arises why. One of the answers would be because the Russian Federation was one of the leading countries in the area of education projects on the history of the Holocaust and the formation of a culture of Holocaust remembrance. Just a couple of facts. For example, establishment of the Jewish Museum and Tolerance Center in Moscow in 2012, which is quite impressive building. I was there twice, and it's quite interesting opinion. The Memorial Synagogue that was opened in 1998 on the Hill of Respect, a central memorial victims to the Great Patriotic War in Russia. School and university Holocaust history teaching programs were prepared. Putin used to visit and deliver speeches at Holocaust memorial events in Auschwitz 2015, in Yad Vashem in 2020. However, the organizational and procedural nature of the crimes committed by Russia, by the Russian military forces, mercenaries and security structures show that the Holocaust history education is not sufficient safeguard against genocidal acts. In addition, I'd say that Holocaust education programs did not protect Russian society from openly chauvinistic, xenophobic and anti-human attitudes. At least part of the Russian society. Such situation encourages on one hand to rethink previous approaches and on the other hand to reconfirm the validity of previous preferences, namely that Holocaust history education can only be successful in democratic and open societies, especially in those dominated by the factor of historical responsibility perception. Second, Holocaust history education is an integral part of the work of civil society education and support. Third, Holocaust history education cannot be separated from education of general historic traumas. And fourth, there is a high probability that non-democratic regimes will use the Holocaust history education for their own purposes. Perhaps the biggest incentive to revise the content of Holocaust history education concepts and models is the attack of Hamas launched on the 7th of October 2023 against Israel. And such coalition, anti-Israeli coalition appeared. In both Israeli and Western public and academic discourses, there have been fears that Holocaust education models are ineffective and that Holocaust history education policies have failed. We have such articles published recently in both Israeli press. A part of these articles are kind of eschatological, saying that everything failed, but also, on the other hand, there are articles that can also see some opportunities to proceed. So what are the possibilities there? Each of them is formulating the axis. For example, greater attention to contemporary anti-Semitism, emphasizing that the resurgence of anti-Semitic violence, as seen in the attacks, and ideological contents may lead a greater emphasis of understanding contemporary anti-Semitism alongside historical anti-Semitism. This can help to connect the past with the present and show that education about the history of the Holocaust is particularly relevant. Second, the massacre of the 7th of October 2023 can be integrated into the Holocaust education to show the continuity and manifestations of anti-Semitism in today's context. Third, emphasizing resistance, showing parallels between resistance during the Holocaust and resistance against today's threats. So it's again a slightly different aspect of the contents. And fourth axis is interdisciplinary axis. The interaction between the 7th of October massacre and Holocaust history education, interdisciplinary methods integrating history, politics, sociology, psychology, and media approaches could be applied more purposefully and consistently in order to fully understand the causes and consequences of anti-Semitic violence. It would respectively deepen the critical thinking skills. So much from my side. Thank you very much. Are there any questions in the Slido app or from the audience? No, we have not received anything on Slido. But if there are any questions from the participants, please.
You
mentioned the Jewish Center of Tolerance in Moscow, or museum. Yes, there is a museum and also there are some premises. You mentioned it's kind of interesting. What do you mean by interesting? Well, let me think how to be politically correct in saying what is interesting in there. I went there for the first time and would like to immediately mention that there is a very large premises, also a specific location, former bus depot, and they were thinking on how to use this former premises of the bus depot, and they thought of rearranging it for the Jewish Museum and the Tolerance Center. Let me not forget this Tolerance Center in this context, which is not only the center established by the Russian political elite, but there are also interests of financial flows and international initiatives. So it's like a mixture of different initiatives, because also they announced tender, and the museum is indeed very impressive as a building. It's the combination of certain ideas, technological solutions to them, and implementation, starting with the biblical genesis and the respective motives, 45D technologies that are used there, Moses, which separates the sea and leads the nation, and indeed it is very impressive. It is interesting solution, I'd say, especially for participants from the younger generation and observers. Indeed, it is very impressive because they say about also this linear approach. Some topics are presented, and finally, it ends with gratitude to Putin, because there is a hall, like a cinema hall, and they thank Putin for everything. As Jewish in the Soviet Union were suffering from different evils, and there is also some stable period, then they were again felt some persecution during the Stalin times, and everything there is included. But finally they come up to gratitude, to this feeling of gratitude, something that led to the flourishing of Jewish community in Russian society, oligarchs, and so on. In my opinion, it's quite dangerous. Because they obviously show what's there. They show family names, who provided resources, like the Rothenbergs, the Friedmans, and so on, and who controls everything. Whom have they to be thankful for? So it's like a very mixed feelings. So on one hand, the museum as a premises, as the complex of buildings, is indeed very impressive. Someone who implemented that project perhaps should be praised, at least praised for the erection of this building, but the ideological content is dangerous. It's formation of opinion that outside they seem to be very close to the Western way of thinking, the remembrance of the Holocaust, the culture respectively, and so on, but the content, perhaps it's even some kind of anti-Semitic features. It has some anti-Semitic features. So this is my opinion about this museum. And it is very popular. I went there for the first time, let me remember. Oh, doesn't matter the year. It was in winter, it was cold. Moscow climate, -20, I think, and I was impressed by the amount of visitors there, school children. And the second time I was there in springtime, and it indeed was very packed again. A lot of visitors, everything is very well arranged. It's both the center of tolerance and many publications, leaflets that they distribute to visitors, contacts, bookstore, very large bookstore. Well, the content of the bookstore is again a separate story, but there is a large bookstore. What else I'd like to mention that in Moscow, there is also a research center of the Holocaust. Part of the co-workers work in also this tolerance center. And this is the intellectual basis, which is the Holocaust Center. I think this is kind of a flat library, archive. Ilya Altman is the one responsible for this center. He is the leader there. And this contrast was perceived immediately. When you research something on which is slippery, so to say, there you are located in a flat somewhere on the outskirts. And today you can be very easily be persecuted for being the foreign agent. Although, as far as I'm concerned, they survive there. So this is the political history, and political history is a greatness. Political history is something that suppresses you, that switches off any possible interpretations. And very quickly there you can get proof of that, if you don't reflect. And when you are in the area where there are more or less scientific research performed, you see, you have a proof that something that's presented to you as a token of appreciation is fake.
O, tai čia, žinote, yra toks pagrindinis principas - nemeluoti. Ir jeigu tas melas yra įvyniotas dar kažkokį labai patrauklų.
And if that lie is wrapped in a very attractive package, then that's one case. And when it comes to Polin, that's an entirely different axis. The relation is quite different, but without doubts, there are problems and it's dangerous. And when we follow those recent discussions,
we
can see these trends, and I wouldn't state that very definitely, but there are some trends that the foreign experts really become more distant from this topic, because there were so many hopes about the education of the Holocaust. There were so many textbooks of a very high polygraphic quality, but this is the kind of context. Yes, we can extend our discussions later on, right? And right now, I got the news that Dr. Yana Primachenko can join us online.
Hello, do you hear me?
Have you joined yet?
Great. Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me for this conference. I'm really sorry I can't make it in person, but I'm really glad to join via Zoom. And today I will talk about Babyn Yar after Bucza and how to talk and how to deal with the memory of the Holocaust in Ukraine today. So, if you don't mind, I will start. On April 3, 2022, the day after the revealing of the shocking photos of Russian atrocities in Bucza, RIA News published an article entitled "What Russia Should Do with Ukraine." Written by Timofey Sergeytsev, a political analyst close to the Kremlin, The article contains the disguised plan for the genocide of Ukrainian people. Taking the false accusation of Ukraine being a Nazi state as justification, Sergeysev suggested dividing the Ukrainian population in three categories. The first one, the so-called Nazis or boundaries, should be eliminated. The second one, the so-called Nazi supporters and sympathizers, should be punished. And the third one is considered as a potential collaborators that Russia can use in local administration to govern the occupied Ukraine. Sergeysev claims that the primary goal of this action is denazification, emphasizing that the denazification will be inevitably de-Ukrainization. On July 10, 2024, just a few days ago, Dmitry Medvedev, the former president of Russian Federation and the deputy chairman of the Security Council of Russian Federation, wrote in his Telegram channel the following, I quote, "Even after signing the papers, the peace agreement, and accepting the defeat, the remaining Ukrainians radical will regroup and sooner or later come to power inspired by Russia's Western enemies. That will be the time to finally crush the vermin, to hammer a long steel nail into the lid of Bandera's quasi-state." End of quote. And actually, this is a very clear declaration of the intent for the genocide. American political scholar Eugene Finkel believes that we are dealing with the Russian genocide against the Ukrainian idea and statehood as it is. The crime of Russian troops of unoccupied territories of Ukraine left no doubts. The target groups for extermination are Ukrainian citizens loyal to the idea of free and democratic Ukraine, regardless of their nationality. The Bucza became a point of no return, revealing the existential nature of Russo-Ukrainian war. Since 2014, Russian propaganda has used the frame of World War II to justify its war against Ukraine. The false pretext of denazification of Ukraine for the Russian full-scale invasion instrumentalized the memory of the Holocaust. According to Ukrainian scholar Vitaly Nakhmanovich, the Russian declaration of the denazification of Ukraine means the elimination of the regime-glorified Nazi collaborators, which automatically means that both those who are glorified and those who glorified are jointly responsible for the Holocaust. Thus, the history and memory of the Holocaust constitute the symbolic battlefield of the Russo-Ukrainian War, where a significant role belonged to Babyn Yar. In one of his essays, Theodor Adorno wrote, "To write poetry after Auschwitz is barbaric." However, the current war raised the question, how do we talk about Babyn Yar in particular and the Holocaust as a whole after Bucza? The complexity of question implies finding the answer to why the memory of the Holocaust, which was supposed to prevent the repeating of genocide, failed. I will focus on commemorating projects related to Babyn Yar as a central symbolic place of the Holocaust in Ukraine. Since independence, Babyn Yar and the surrounding area have been gradually filled with memorials. This happened chaotically and uncoordinated. Now we have 25 memorials on the territory of Babyn Yar devoted to the different group of victims. Today, Ukraine have two key projects commemorating the victims of Babyn Yar. The first is a state project run by Ukraine's Ministry of Culture and Informational Policy. This project will to create Babyn Yar Museum in the building at 44 Melnikova Street in the former office of the Jewish Cemetery. The second project is the private international initiative Babyn Yar Holocaust Memorial Center, which was launched in 2016 during the commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the tragedy of Babyn Yar. This project claimed to build the Babyn Yar Holocaust Museum. From the beginning, these two projects have competed to represent Babyn Yar's memory. The main donors of the private project were the major Russian businessmen of Jewish origin who were born in Kiev, notably Mikhail Friedman, Herman Hahn, and Pavel Fuchs. Their close ties with the Kremlin raised concern that the project would push Russian narratives. The Holocaust Memorial Center's managers invited well-known Holocaust scholars, including Ukrainian ones, to work on the museum concept. At the same time, the Holocaust Memorial Center's advisory board assured that donors would not interfere in the expert team's work. They also emphasized that Viktor Pinchuk, a Ukrainian businessman, joined as a project owner. However, the project raised a public debate that divided Ukrainian Jewish community and Ukrainian expert circles. The fact that the crucial role in the project belonged to the foreign expert allowed some Ukrainian scholars to claim this project was colonial, since it imposed on Ukraine a specific vision of its history instead of allowing Ukrainians to write their narrative. On April 23, 2020, the historian community was shaken by the statement of Professor Karel Bergov, a leading expert of the Holocaust in Central and Eastern Europe and the former chief historian of Babyn Yar Holocaust Memorial Center. He expressed his deep concern about the future of Holocaust Memorial Center project after Ilya Khrzhanovsky, a scandalous Russian film director, was appointed as an art director of Babyn Yar Holocaust Memorial Center, and the entire original managing team was replaced. Professor Bergov stated that he could no longer lend his public support to Babyn Yar Holocaust Memorial Center due to ethical consideration and the need to defend his professional reputation. A few days later, the media leaked a draft presentation of the Babyn Yar Museum concept Ilya Khrzhanovsky team proposed. The draft announced a heavy use of multimedia, deepfake technology, and other controversial methods based on Stanford and Milgram's experiments to plunge visitors into the Babyn Yar tragedy's atmosphere. According to Karel Bergov, the new Babyn Yar Holocaust Memorial Center project may turn the museum into the attraction. Such radical gamification contradicts the basic principle of the International Memory Museum Charter, which demands empathy with victims and integration of historical experience into historical context. Bergov's statement brought back the question of what kind of memorial Ukraine needs in Babyn Yar. On February 6, 2019, a working team of experts from the Institute of History of Ukraine of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine present the national concept of Babyn Yar memorization. The Institute of History of Ukraine team is completely opposed to any new construction of the territory of Babyn Yar because Jewish tradition prohibits construction on the territory of the cemetery. They also criticize the idea of singling out the so-called Holocaust of Bullet from the generic history of the Holocaust in Europe. The state project team believes such artificial division is a step back into the post-Soviet symbolic space and the Russian world project realm. According to them, the future museum should represent the Ukrainian as well as European context of the Holocaust and be inclusive in representing the narratives of all victim groups of Babyn Yar: Jews, Soviet prisoners of war, Roma, Ukrainian nationalists, patients of Pavlovsk Medical Hospital, and others. As a result, they insist that Ukraine actually needs two separate museums, the Holocaust Memorial and the Babyn Yar Museum. In April 2020, 800 Ukrainian intellectuals signed a petition expressing their concern and asking President Vladimir Zelensky to step in and support the national project. Meanwhile, 300 Jewish Ukrainians addressed the broad public with their criticism of the current Babyn Yar Holocaust Memorial Center project. The Holocaust Memorial Center responded that the leaked concept was preliminary and published an official version in early 2021. It incorporated elements of the national project, but left in place all the controversies. On September 29, 2020, despite this vocal criticism, the Ukrainian government and Babyn Yar Holocaust Memorial Center signed a memorandum of understanding and cooperation. After that, Babyn Yar Holocaust Memorial Center started constructing the first object that would constitute the memorial space of the future Babyn Yar Holocaust Museum, while the state project was moving too slowly due to the bureaucratic and financial reasons. Before the full-scale invasion, Babyn Yar Holocaust Memorial Center built several of art objects dedicated to the tragedy of Holocaust and the history of Kiev, including the symbolic synagogue, place of reflection, the audiovisual installation Mirror Field, the installation Looking into the Past, and the installation Kurinyovka Tragedy, as well as crystal wailing wall created by the conceptual artist Marina Abramovich. Now, the construction of the museum complex is suspended. Russian project donors are on the sanction list, while Viktor Pinchuk suspended his support of the project. However, Babyn Yar Holocaust Memorial Center also includes research institutes, a library, an archive, and a multimedia online platform. Since March 2022, according to the official website of Babyn Yar Holocaust Memorial Center, their primary activity has been focused on online projects on the history of the Holocaust, as well as launching the documentation of the crimes of the Russian military against Ukrainian civilians. They're doing this project together with the French organization Yahad in Yom. They also create the online martyrology project Closed Eyes, and they continue digitalization of archive documents. They also launched the project Name Project to create the most complete list of data of the victims of Babyn Yar. From 2022, the center also published an academic magazine, East European Holocaust Studies Journal, dedicated to the study of the history of the Holocaust in Eastern Europe. The state project is also suspended, though it continues its activity regarding the deconstruction of Russian narrative. On March 1, 2022, the Russian missiles hit the territory of Babyn Yar, damaged the TV tower, and killed 5 civilians. These actions were condemned by the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, while the Ukrainian Jewish community reminded that Talmud called the desecration of bones a form of murder. Their statement says the following, I quote, "After Russia's attack Ukraine, we have been forced to watch for 6 days now as Ukrainians are being killed. Cities and towns are being destroyed. And now the mass grave of Nazi victims are being desecrated," end of quote. After recovering from the initial shock of the first day of Russian full-scale invasion, the Ukrainian expert community got back to their regular routine using available limited resources to continue their work of commemoration of the victims of Babyn Yar. On September 29, 2022, Ukraine honored the 81st anniversary of the Babyn Yar tragedy on the state level. The event dedicated to the commemorative day were limited mainly to prayers near the symbolic synagogue place of reflection and the monument menorah. That was a joint prayer of the representatives of different denominations. The territory of Babyn Yar was open for visitors who could attend the installation and art exhibition devoted to the Nazis' crimes of 1941-1943. The event was attended by the representative of both state and private project, as well as the chief rabbi of Ukraine, Moshe Rav Azman, and the then Minister of Culture and Informational Policy of Ukraine, Alexander Tkachenko, Kyiv Mayor Vitaly Klitschko, members of the Verkhovna Rada and Kyiv City Council. The event in Babyn Yar were united by concept, anniversary in a time of pain. In his speech, the Minister of Culture and Informational Policy of Ukraine, Alexander Tkachenko, emphasized, I quote, "No one expected that the 81st anniversary of Babyn Yar tragedy would be experienced during another war, which we are all witnessing today. What the Nazis did 81 years ago, the Russians are now doing in this land. It would seem that this cannot happen again. but we have seen the killing in Bucza, Irpin, Mariupol, Izium, and other liberated cities. But we will survive this. We will also survive this day of pain together." End of quote. On September 29, 2023, on the next anniversary of Babyn Yar tragedy, the Ukrainian Institute of National Remembrance, the Ukrainian World Congress, the State Service of Ukraine for Ethic Policy and Freedom of Conscience, with support of the Babyn Yar National Historical and Memorial Reserve, held a joint interfaith event to commemorate the victims. The commemoration of the victims of mass shooting at Babyn Yar in 1941-1943 was attended by representatives of government agencies, the highest clergy of the Orthodox Church of Ukraine, the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, and spiritual leaders of Jewish religious communities. The Babyn Yar National Historical and Memorial Reserve hosted the opening of multimedia documentary exhibition, Babyn Yar, Mirrors of Death, which compares the crimes of totalitarian regime in World War II and modern Russia on the territory of Ukraine. The exhibition consisted of several dozen information banners that present documentary evidence of the tragedies that occurred on the territory of Ukraine during the 20th century and during Russia's full-scale aggression. The exhibition began with the topic of the shooting of Jews in Babyn Yar, which took place on September 29, 1941. In his opening speech, the acting Minister of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine, Rostislav Karandeyev, said, I quote, "There are things that can never be talked about too much. These are things that educate us, allow us to rethink ourselves and make the next generation better. Today's exhibition reminds us once again that life has different pages, including tragic one. From each such page, we have to draw a conclusion that will become the foundation for the future." End of quote. While the Israeli ambassador in Ukraine, Mikhail Brodsky, added, I quote, "Babyn Yar is a place of our common pain and memory. Since Ukraine gained its independence, the victims have been honored here. Every year while we were here, we talked about the lessons of history. This exhibition raises the issue again and speaks with the voices of the dead. Today, when the full-scale war in Ukraine has been going on for a year and a half, these historical lessons are being reflected in the numerous reports of deaths in Ukrainian cities." End of quote. At the same time, the exhibition presented documentary information about the Holodomor and the repression against Ukrainian nationalists in late 1941. These were adjacent to a stand about Mariupol blockade by the Russian in 2022. There were also banners with information about the camps for 600,000 Soviet prisoners of war that were located in Darnitsa and Kerosene Street. Opposite was the stand information about Olenivka. This is the Russian prison camp for Ukrainian prisoners of war. According to Ukrainian scholar Yuri Latish, the securitization and weaponization of historical memory in Ukraine started in 2014. The Russian full-scale invasion only amplified it. Historical memory is viewed as integral part of the state security in Ukraine, while historical science and memory have become a battlefield or historical front during the ongoing military conflict, with the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine emerging as a significant actor in the politics of memory. I believe that this is an obvious Ukrainian response to Russian propaganda. However, the question of what we should do to stop instrumentalizing Holocaust is still open. I would like to pay attention to the conceptual deconstruction of the memory of World War II and the Holocaust suggested by Ukrainian historian Vitaly Nakhmanovich. He is one of the authors of the national concept of memorization of Babyn Yar, famous for his firm criticism of the Babyn Yar Holocaust Memorial Center concept. His family history is deeply connected to Kiev and Babyn Yar. His father, Raphael Nachmanovich, the Ukrainian documentary film director, was among those Ukrainian and Jewish dissidents who gathered on September 29, 1966 in Babyn Yar to confront the Soviet memory politics of amnesia. After that gathering, the Soviet power initiated the process of turning Babyn Yar into a memory place. Of course, it was a Soviet memory place that did not distinguish Jewish victims of Babyn Yar from the Soviet citizen. However, in 1972, a monument was erected that allowed people to commemorate their relatives. Raphael Nachmanovich managed to take and save the footage from this historical rally. So Vitaly Nachmanovich continued his father's deeds to preserve the history and memory of Babyn Yar tragedy. In his recent chain of articles for the Ukrainian internet resource Исторична Pravda, Historical Truths, Vitaly Nachmanovich outlined the problem of the instrumentalization of Holocaust in the context of the Russo-Ukrainian War and suggested a way out. Taking the instrumentalization of the Holocaust as a point of their departure, he emphasized that Holocaust was claimed unique historical event. However, it didn't make the Holocaust an exclusively symbolic event. The Holocaust continues to be a particular historic event. It is an integral part of Jewish history that marked the culmination of anti-Semitism. At the same time, for Western memory, the Holocaust is perceived as a unique event beyond the historical time and space. Since the Holocaust is a historical event that can't exist without the historical context, it caused the absolutization of the Second World War into the ontological juxtaposition of the evil and the good in the European consciences. Thus, the memory of the Holocaust amplified the Nuremberg myth of World War II as a victory of total good to total evil. And it doesn't allow us to get rid of the myth of the communism and the Soviet Union as a part of the global good, which in turn doesn't allow us to change the attitude to Russia as the direct descendant of the Soviet Union. Actually, Nachmanovich brings back to the table the debate of Nuremberg II, initiated by the Prague Declaration of European Consciences and Communism in 2008. His approach suggested an in-depth analysis of what prevents us from condemning the crimes of the communist regimes. One can argue Nachmanovich revisionist concept, but while Western academia stick to the term the new Cold War to denote the current international security crisis, and Western politicians avoid calling the ongoing war the Third World War, we need to recognize the deep crisis of United Nations as an international institution that was created to sustain the after World War II global order. From a discourse point of view, the narrative that were supposed to support international security after World War II failed. We live in a post-World War II world that has reached its bifurcation point. The global security system and its discourses collapsing faster than we can follow it. So, answering the question how to talk about the Holocaust after Bucza, I can say that we need new prospect because no problem can be solved at the same level at which it arose. So, thank you very much for your attention, and I will be glad to answer questions if you have one.
Thank you so much. Ar turime iš auditorijos klausimų?
Do we have any questions from the audience?
O čia slaidą neturim.
Do we have any questions on the Slido platform? No, we don't.
Thank you so much for your presentation, for your insights, and it was an honor to have you on our conference.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава.
Priminsiu, kad tai buvo nacionalinės Ukrainos mokslo akademijos.
I will just remind you that we heard the presentation of Dr. Yana Primachenko. I heard lots of new things from the presentation called Babyn Yar after Bucza. And now let's have a break of 5 to 7 minutes and let's prepare for today's discussion. We'll be back in 5 or 7 minutes.
Noriu pasveikinti visus atgal sugrįžus.
I'd like to extend my welcome on getting back to our discussion panel of the conference, and this is to end our day today. This is the discussion that has been included into our agenda, and we see all presenters of today. And perhaps let's start with something that we have received through Slido application, because there were some questions that were posed online and also some notes that we would like to share with you. I'd like to start with the question addressed to Professor Bubnys. A question from Ingrida about concentration camps and their liberation. Are there any data that people who survived the concentration camps were then exiled to the Siberia? Do you know such facts? Do you know such stories? Yes, in my today's presentation, I also shed a light on Lithuanian Jews that were imprisoned in Stutthof concentration camp, part of which came back to the Soviet Lithuania, and security arrested them and sentenced to Gulag, to exile. There were such cases right after coming back in 1945-1946. The second wave started in approximately 1950, whereby the Soviet Union started the anti-Semitic campaign. They were trying to fight cosmopolitanism. Also, there were the famous resonant case of doctors who were poisoning seemingly other people, and the trend led to the fact that we had to get back to the people of the Jewish origin, including the ones who were imprisoned in the Nazi concentration camps, and some attempts were made to find pretext to arrest them, to stop them, to sentence them. Perhaps that was the initiative and unofficial command from the authorities to start this anti-Semitic campaign in Soviet times. The arrests, the sanctions, and or reasons sometimes were artificially created. Russians used to say that there is article, therefore we'll apply it to whomever. Doesn't matter whether the person was guilty or not. So even people who survived the Nazi concentration camps then were exiled to Gulag system. Some of them were accused of collaboration with the Nazi regime, especially from the ghetto policemen, from the Kaunas Ghetto policemen, Vilnius or Šiauliai ghetto police officers who were surviving Holocaust, but then they were sentenced by the Soviet system for collaboration with Nazis, for being administrators of ghetto or police forces in the ghetto. Sarah Grossman from the Kauno Ghetto was the one who survived the ghetto, survived the Stutthof concentration camp, and then was accused of some artificial pretext of being the leader of the barrack or something like that, and she was sentenced not only to be imprisoned but to be exiled to the Siberia. Also, there were Latvian cases Jonas Noreika was quite famous case. It was not only applied to Jewish people, but also to Lithuanians and Latvians. Lithuanians who came back from the concentration camps, they were arrested for anti-Soviet activities. And the reason was to establishing underground anti-Soviet organization. There were some people who were going some duties in the German occupation period. They could be either police force or some squads, military squads. They were arrested for the second time, and then Soviet would send them to Gulag. Very numerous cases in Lithuania and Latvia. And I think this is very interesting story. Because I think there are some fresh data, some new data on that, because this liberation in May 1945 meant that Soviets established also some camps using the same infrastructure, Sachsenhausen, Buchenwald. Of course, the infrastructure was there. So from Ravensbrück, there were 1994, as far as I'm concerned. Soviet left Ravensbrück in 1994. We also have to understand that for many people, especially the ones who were persecuted by Nazis, and people who were waiting for death, irrespective of the fact that Soviet also had their aims. So they would filter people, and on the territories when they were planning some activities, of course, they were looking for people whom they could arrest, those with whom they could cooperate, and the filtration was there to select people. Especially elite of Kaunas Ghetto policeman, Kopperman, that was also arrested, irrespective of the fact that his spouse was very famous, and they did all attempts to liberate them, to save them. Some people who were even cooperating with Stalin regime, and no one could help, no one could assist in this context. There were some people from Vilnius, Kaunas, Šiauliai, and there was a principle of reporting other people. Also, it then would become the material of the case, and Kaunas, Vilnius, and Lithuanian context was very prone to reporting about each other. So there were no justice system implied, and people could not assist each other. They would simply report each other, and that would be the formal principle. Someone would say that he was going such and such position in the Nazi regime, and it was enough to arrest and sentence the specific person. There were no parameters established, and there were no clear features on how to accuse people. Some of them, of course, then left to the Western countries, and there were several waves of repressions from the Soviet system as well. Indeed, the ones who were children, who were young, did not feel the wave of oppression then, but the ones who were of age, who could be accused of being collaborators with Nazi regime, were simply sent to some Soviet infrastructure. So liberation, threat, everything was in parallel. There is one story from Klaipėda. Sokolov with his family, who in 1939 went to the West escaping the fascism, and they were like in the intersectional fire. And simply people were well off, and they felt this threat also from the Soviet part. Please don't forget to use the microphone.
I've just finished the book, The Tattooist from Auschwitz. There are two parts, and the first part of that book, the tattooist of Auschwitz, was from Slovakia, and he fell in love with a girl in that camp, and that girl's friend became a lover of an SS officer. And when the Soviets liberated Auschwitz, they interrogated all of the prisoners. I mean, how they survived, whether they did not collaborate with the Nazis. And then that girl lover of the SS officer comes. She was 16 years old, a pretty girl, and she didn't resemble a prisoner. So she was asked, well, you don't resemble a prisoner. And because she was the lover of that high-ranked SS officer, she had a very good food, good meals, and as she was 16 years old, she got confused and told everything that was happening, told all the truth. She had to choose whether to live or to die, and that's how she was forced to become a lover, and she had no way out. And okay, she had to be dealt with in another place. She was sent to another prison. She was interrogated and she was sentenced with 15 years of gulag. The train didn't even stop somewhere else. Straight from the prison, she was sent from gulag. Well, as you referred to Slovakia, Czechoslovakia, the former republic, I can say that the exhibition, one of the authors of the exhibition, Schlesinger, was sent to Dachau, and then he returned to Prague, Czechoslovakia, as a Dachau prisoner. And it turned out, when I went there to look for the data for my research, that no one knew of him being the prisoner of Dachau, maybe because he was also afraid of encounters with the security authorities in the Czech Republic. Okay, thank you. Now my question goes to Professor Nikžentaitis. I don't know what that word means. Maybe you, as a historian, understand it.
Oi, pabėgo. Ir ar dar čia reikalingas tyrimas ir kažkoks tai...
Do we need any investigation into this? Do you understand this particular question?
Analogą, ar dar jo...
Does Lithuania has this analog? Do we have to discover it yet? So do we simply have to raise it? Well, if we have a look at Yatvam-Nia, the participation of Poles and the symbol of that participation, because that was one of the first instances like this in the territories where people survived two occupations, and it became a certain symbol of that. So we can state that it has nothing in common with the historic realities. But if we speak of certain Lithuanian cases, then we do not have such an instance which is very obviously manifested, like people taken to Paneriai or somewhere else, to Garage or some other location. So we don't have one exact location that could be considered a symbol of the Holocaust. Does anyone have any comment about the location as a symbol of the Holocaust? Well, if there's a question, if there are people who link the killings of the Jewish people with the Soviet occupation, then yes, there are some people. But in any case, the war actions were very sudden. The Nazis emerged here, and there were some efforts to mobilize the Lithuanian activists for their benefits. So when it comes to this moment of revenge neighborhood, it's very difficult to crystallize it to be independent. But we can have another kind of view. Vytautas mentioned that we sometimes tend to see things in a very bright light while closing our eyes to other things. Let's say we see political prisoners, but we tend to unsee the Jewish killings. It isn't like Magne, but this moment is also very significant. So yes, there are people, the very first murderers, and maybe they were doing that out of some personal intentions, personal reasons. So this network of personal reasons is very, very scarcely recognized here in Lithuania. Yet Babyn is also recognized as a kind of pogrom, is a voluntary participation of local residents in the killings. So this period of pogroms was very short in Lithuania, let's say from the 24th of June to the 28th of June, because the German army occupied Lithuania in a very short time, and the pogroms took place in Kaunas. It's not only about Garage, but also about Vilijampolė. When it comes to the mass murders, mass killings, which are very, very scarcely analyzed and investigated by our historians. But during that period, when the pogroms ended, then the pogroms took longer in other territories occupied by the Germans. Why? That's because right after July ended, there were killings in Paneriai, then in the 7th Forts, and in other locations. Okay, so I see that we cannot avoid the next question because all of you touched upon that to some extent. So why do we, our society, our historians, refer to the same literary historical sources which evaluates and assess and see the same person in different ways, in different angles? I mean, let's say the police interfere and something gets missing. So how does this happen? Nerijus. Well, maybe we can start with the sport. Maybe some of the evaluations are not moral ones, legal ones. Maybe people just form their opinions based on whether they like the person or dislike him or her. And then something adds up to those opinions. So all those opinions can be synthesized. The same concerns the placards, different plagues, and so on. Maybe it's up to the power to make a decision. Sometimes these are just silent struggles about different memorial plates or memorials in general. But yes, there is a trend not to go deeper into anything. People just have their opinions and so on, because otherwise, if you go deeper into some person's life, it's very hard to be impartial. And then one tends to destroy some stereotypes and so on. But maybe we should refrain from constructing memorials. Maybe we should discuss different aspects of this. Well, historians actually have answered these questions more than once, and it seems that no one hears those answers. Well, there was this wave, this national renaissance, this movement about partisans and so on, this wave about memorial plates, about crosses to be built and constructed, without going deeper into the whole context and remembrance of the biography, personal biography. That's why we have so many signs and memorial plates, and it's all about forbidden history of different people. And now, when we are at a different level of understanding, and we know that there is a memorial to Juozas Krištaponis in Ukmergė, so people simply erected those memorials simply out of lack of knowledge of what they were doing during that particular period of time. And then it's too late. Even those organizers, initiators, don't know what they should do about that, whether to recognize this error or not. So they simply stick to their truths. No one wants to somehow give up what they started, and it results in numerous discussions. And I don't know how it's going to end or when.
Aš kuo toliau, tuo darausi labiau vis didesnis optimistas, nes man, sakykime, pavyzdžiui, aš niekados negalėjau įsivaizduoti.
The later in my life, the more optimistic I've become. Let's say there will be Molėtai March organized, resembling the one that took place in 2016. And in this Jewish event, a plethora of Lithuanian people will be participating. And again, everything relates with the perception of humanity and the interest of the liberation of the nation. I mean, all these issues, including the negation, rejection of the Holocaust, the territories that were occupied, only show the Western modules that were integrated and show their distance from reality, their disattachment from reality. Because if we look at the reasons of the Holocaust and at the reasons for the participation of Lithuanians in the Holocaust, then anti-Semitism cannot be identified as one of those. Even Germans, I think in 1939 or 1940, in one journal called Stürmer, stated that the Lithuanian anti-Semitism is of very poor quality and it's not productive. And
It's the problem per se when it comes to the perception of people's activities for the benefit of the state or on behalf of the state when it actually damages the interests of the state. And generally, people who were patriots of this narrowly perceived ethnic minority were declared heroes despite the fact that they were committing crimes against their peers, let's say. So this march is a manifestation of the sensitivity of our society. And let's say when our colleague Indra Makaraitytė said in one of the texts of our national television broadcaster, she was asking why the town was celebrating the Jewish community or event of the Jewish community and Holocaust. Why was that significant? So again, this questioning shows the increased level of the sensitivity of our society. So I would agree with Nerijus in that historians in their knowledge are being cynics because they know that at those very different times, at the turning points, it's sometimes impossible to find the actual heroes. We shouldn't forget one simple thing, that certain individuals who are called heroes based on the current criteria, while the criteria at the time were completely different. And hopefully one biography, very controversial biography, will be translated into Lithuanian. Why controversial? Because the historians also wanted to assume the role of being a part of society and to find unknown heroes. We found lots of bastards despite of looking for them, but we found numerous individuals who were called heroes. Let's say one suspected general who was also a member of partisan movement, and it turned out that he simply boasted about this while he was doing nothing at all. And we then decided that maybe we should stop. But when it comes to those personalities who are full of everything, black and white, so there were numerous of those individuals. And in this particular context, I remember one private conversation, and the colleague from Germany said that his position about the Holocaust is really multifaceted. He's all about the Holocaust being relative or something like that. And he said once, it's so great that I was born in those times because everything could happen. I could be an activist that I am now judging and condemning. So we must understand that this period was very complicated, but we shouldn't run away from that. So we simply need to recognize everything as it did happen for the
sake of our health of society.
Two replicas from my side. One is about monuments. So differently from Arunas, I think that monuments and the issue will be solved in the nearest future, because it's a not artificial one. The monument per se does have some impact and force, whereby majority of the society accepts and agrees upon some monument. Here monuments are erected by tiny groups of people in Kaunas, in Vilnius, and there were also scandals linked with those monuments. And this genre, this memorialization and way to memorialize some people discriminated, and I think it's already ended, because monuments should become some different, not only memorial plates. In Kaunas, there are so many of them, and many of them are so controversial monuments, that to me it seems that in the nearest future no one would pay any attention about one more monument that was erected in Kaunas. On the other hand, I am also optimistic, because in the presentation which Arvydas Nikžentaitis presented to us, I missed one more aspect of Holocaust remembrance. It is the Stutthof Museum, which will be open in autumn. Speaking about Holocaust without some preconditions, without introduction to the story, means that there is no empathy. There is no sincere empathy that can be driven without stories about the Jews, about our joint living with Jews, about our joint existence before the Second World War. It's not possible to cause this this understanding. So I think that Stutthof Museum will have done a great job in this area, in this context. I think I visited them in the early spring this year, and Sergejus Kanovičius mentioned how this museum, the things that they did in Šeduva are accepted by the local community. Earlier, there was complete silence from local inhabitants. They were observing, but there was no reaction from local inhabitants whatsoever. So recently, on the monuments that are erected at the place of massacre, there were some signs like candle, ribbon, flower. So people started to bring something that they preserved, something that they would be given, would be donating to the museum. And for many years, it was the shield of silence. So it means that some ice was broken, some ice melted, and I think perhaps it will be the same in different other places of Lithuania. Well, we remember our neighbors, the nations that coexisted, and it was the common denominator. So I think this Kaunas means that perhaps we should find the proper way to communicate about some monuments and ways to explain, to present this information by not only academic articles, but also in the human language, inter alia. Right, and some people were objecting that there was not information, it was sentimental, it was sensitive, but it worked. Giedrius mentioned something that in Šeduva, people not only were bringing something to donate to the museum, but it's interesting how they preserved the items at their family archive somewhere, even from the Second World War. And perhaps we don't want to have them because they were stolen by someone many years ago. And perhaps it is some research during the leisure time, sometimes that we do with our colleagues, and it also about the after-war Lithuania and citizen villages, also including the later period, and it was like household items. No, not necessarily household items. We can extend the items for beyond people who are not with us anymore. But it's not only the focus of moral responsibility that we are now talking about, because there should be some chances to agree upon certain things and then erect some monument or memorial plate. So second or third generation perhaps would understand that we don't need the items anymore. They disturb our lives, and we want to donate them to the museum that they could have some other value and memory. And this is the unexpected returning back of the past. So we have to understand that the place that you know, that you reside for many years, sometimes is quite different if you look at it from different angle. Even in the village close by, sometimes there were some historical events taking place, and somehow I don't have this dissonance. Oh, why they, why not we? Perhaps this is something to be proud about. Vytautas Bruferis has a question. Yes, indeed, I wanted to react and resonate to Professor Nikžentaitis' optimism. Because to many people it's unexpected. He mentioned the positive systemic fundamental issues, problems. So one of them was discussed today. For example, on how we have to confront, on how we have to amend our relations using this primitive ideologicalized patriotism, which does not agree that in the national pantheon there could be also some blood, some bad figures, because the patriotism could only be stronger and sounder, although some people from their perspective don't agree with that. So the question goes to all of you. Perhaps you could share in more detail on how do we have to appeal, how we have to address people about this micro-human empathy or human stories. So I would like to also get to another question, be it adequate or relevant or not. Perhaps it's not an elephant in the refrigerator, but rhetorically, don't you think that one more unsolved problem in the system and uncertainty about its solution is the lack of synthetic inventorization about Lithuanians' participation in the Holocaust and its scale. Perhaps sociological, statistical, arithmetical lack of data on participation of Lithuanians, and there is no consensus on the scale of Lithuanians participating in the Holocaust, because we don't have that. There is lack of that. And there is not even consensus on what does it mean not to have data about participation in Holocaust. Because some individual cases are obvious. We understand that they participated in the Holocaust. But even amount, even scale of that, who are they? We don't have the data, we lack the data. But about criteria and forms to distinguish, so while finishing my question, I'd like to ask whether this is not solved issue or question. And will it be solved in the nearest future as well? This is my question. In my understanding, in my perception, we should not count killers or murderers and their victims, but just to contemplate on what part of Lithuania we had lost and what people we had lost. Historians did not get into this context, because this Lithuanian Jewish community, this part of Lithuanian society that was called simply Jews, is unknown to us. There is a bit of ignorance, there is fragmented knowledge about Jewish people, there are some fragmented stories, and we have to make unity of that. We have to make whole piece, one single piece of that. I fully understand, and I don't object, but why don't you see first of all? Why shouldn't it be in parallel with other topics that we solve? Well, reacting to your question about killers and victims. What is more important? What is the list of priority in this case? The suggestion of Vytautas, to me, is interesting, simply because of the fact that he wants us to be the first icebreakers in some historical areas. Because I don't know many things, and the registration has not yet been performed, and it had not been performed in any of the nations. This is a very obvious thing. So why didn't it happen? Why this registration didn't happen? We can only speculate about that. One thing is the perception of who were the people who had been participating in the Holocaust process. It's obvious that these are the people who were shooting, simply shooting. But it's not only the shooters, the killers. It's not only the observers, silent surroundings. It's also, I think, the creators of some ideology, of some stories that were popular at that time. And I think there are many unsolved stories and, so to say, appeals that we have to go through. If we don't agree upon very obvious things like transportation to ghetto, also saving Jews or participation in the Holocaust, I think there are some Lithuanian problems and issues that are not only purely Lithuanian context, because the moral responsibility is also there, including moral responsibility for people, and the circle of people with every generation is changing. So to me personally, while being an optimist, I'm also happy that there are at least places of massacre that were properly marked. And then when you go deeper to specific names and people who were killed there, and that they were killed by people of different nationalities, so Vytautai, your suggestion is indeed very good. It's great. But I don't know whether it will be possible to implement it anyway in the future.
Noriu pasakyti, kad dalinė Holokausto dalyvių arba vykdytojų inventorizacija buvo.
Well, the partial inventorization of the participants of the Holocaust took place some 10 years ago. Everything started with the fact that in 1998, the Jewish Association in Israel issued a specific publication, Crime and Punishment, and that publication remained unobserved in Lithuania. So around that time, the same publication published the list of the Lithuanians who took place in the Holocaust online, which was really scandalous. And the list included about 15,000 Lithuanians who, according to that publication, took part in the Holocaust. And then the list was sent to the Lithuanian Genocide and Research Center, who checked the list as to how true or not true it was. And there was a working group of 4 people composed. And in, let's say, 2010, 11, 12, it verified this list. Why? The list was called Melomed list. Why? Because Melomed ran this Jewish association in Israel. And no archival or bibliographic sources were included in the list. So no one knows which principle was followed to compile of this particular list. So the people who were working in the center had to find the sources themselves to verify the Menomed lists. After that, after cooperating with the archives, cross-checking with other lists of people who were sentenced during those war times, the results of that activity showed that around 1,400 names, which were included in the Menomed list, were true. They really took part in the Holocaust in one way or another, not only shooting, but let's say conveying people to the shooting places or guarding the victims before shootings and so on. Such people were also included in the list. But besides those, our employees found additional 800 names that were not included in those lists, which confirms that our investigation was really objective. We didn't try to hide anything, and I think it was about 2,800 people, 2,080 people, Lithuanians who took part in the Holocaust. Of course, it's not a definite result, but actually, this whole activity was completed. And now we have only one employee in our center who investigates that particular period of history. Because we have no other positions to be filled for that particular field of research. So every kind of science is this science, as long as it includes arithmetics and mathematics in itself. So if we calculate the victims and killers, it will be as significant as all other activities. I also want to comment. I think here it's not about the calculation. It's not about the evil. It's about the personal responsibility. So maybe we should rather go deeper into the situations as to how they are formed, how the persons decide to take part in such horrible crimes, because one mistake can lead to numerous victims, and we will not administer justice. So maybe it's not, it's no point to carry on with the calculations. People used to change their names, surnames, and identities to somehow avoid responsibilities. This whole process was really dynamic. As Vytautas mentioned, everything turned into mass killings. Maybe there were some people who realized what's going to happen at the very beginning. Maybe other people were imagining the processes differently. Anyway, we have June of 1941, and there were people who were really confused and who needed to be helped to make right decisions. But some of them made wrong decisions and became bastards. So we really should discuss personal responsibility and consciousness instead of something else, because otherwise you become a collaborator, an accomplice. We need to realize how the processes were implemented. We need to understand the Slobodka killings, the very first acts of violence, of abuse, and so on. We need to look for the situations which reveal how the person becomes degraded when he stands on the side of evil. And while doing this, we shouldn't be dehumanized, and we shouldn't treat those people as not people. These decisions were horrendous, the acts were horrendous, but we still need to treat them as people. There's really a threat to become similar to the object of investigation. And there were many cases like this when investigators stopped treating people as humans. The process shouldn't be dehumanizing, because the next generation will come and they can say, we have whole wagons of people like this. I don't know if it's the right path to continue. Thank you so much, everyone. Our time is over. I want to thank all guests, all viewers and listeners, and tomorrow you are welcome to join us online and offline. Have a good evening and goodbye.